ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂತ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
Imran, my colleague now joins us live with more details. Imran, we first played out the clarification and then the reaction that he'd first given. Now, is the clarification in any sense, lessening the embarrassment that the Congress has to face given his remark? Because he's justifying the kind of satyagraha, the quote-unquote satyagraha that also played out in terms of a violent protest yesterday, saying that he owes it to the party given that the party has given him enough in terms of monetary benefits as well. Now, what about his clarification? It's not quite adding up, isn't it? Not too sure if Imran can still hear me. We'll try and reconnect with Imran to really put this in perspective for us. But yes, here's a Congress MLA. Remember, he's a Congress motor mouth in that sense, because last year inside the assembly premises he'd gone ahead with a shocker of a rape comment and was in the news for all the wrong reasons. But this time around he comes out and says that Congress must be strengthened. We must support Sonia Gandhi as far as the ED questions are concerned. Imran, I believe, is back with us. Imran, that was the first comment that came in from him. Now a clarification coming in, but not quite adding up or not lessening the Congress's embarrassment in that sense. All right, seem to have some trouble with that line, but BJP also has once again jumped in, waded into the controversy and has hit out at the Congress MLA for his remarks. Listen in.
He confessed, he has openly admitted. In fact, taking this cognizance, I think our agencies should book a case, should really book a case against him, and also make an enquiry, because he would be knowing who are all the beneficiaries. So he should be taken as a witness, and if he is also involved in such corruptions practices, he should also be booked under that case, Prevention and of Corruption Act, and he should be subjected to enquiry.
Imran is, I believe, back with us. Imran, if you can hear me this time, a series of comments that have been made by the Congress MLA first goes on to say that how the party owes it to Sonia Gandhi to stand up for her in these difficult times, given that it is the Nehru and the Gandhi family that has been able to make all of these Congress leaders earn for as many as 3 generations. And now a clarification coming in, but not quite adding up.
Well, absolutely. In fact, he blames the media for twisting his statement, saying that what he said very clearly, it's there on the video and audio. He goes on to say that we have made enough money for 3 to 4 generations as a politician in the Congress party, and he owes the debt to the Gandhi family, and especially to Indira Gandhi and now to Sonia Gandhi. Today, when media asked him about what he has to say about his statement, for which opposition is slamming him for saying that they made money for 3 to 4 generations because of the Congress party, he went on to say he meant that there are people with resources, people who have personalities, and there is no dearth of resources in the Congress party. That's what he meant, and in fact, his statements have been twisted by the media. He goes on to say that he comes from a humble family, and being that he became 6 times MLA and 2 times Speaker of the Assembly, and also he was minister, and he owes the debt to who? And he questions the media and says that he owes a debt to the people and to the Gandhi family and to the Congress party. Very clearly, Ramesh Kumar standing by his statement and saying that in fact words have been misconstrued and has been twisted, whereas it is very clear apparently when he was speaking about Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in Bangalore, where he said that 3 times they have made money for 3 to 4 generations, and thanks to the being part of the Congress family, and especially thanking to the leadership of the Congress party, especially Nehru, Indira Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, for which the BJP has slammed Ramesh Kumar, saying that this shows a true nature of the Congress leadership here, and where they have made nothing but money. And this is what the BJP is coming up and slamming the Congress over this issue. And this is what the past 40 years when they were in power, this is what they did. Ramesh Kumar says that this is his words have been misconstrued.
And
he meant that people in the Congress party have come with...
Gandhi is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. So that's the irony of it all. But yes, we have a reaction coming in from the Congress as well. The Congress also nicely distancing itself from the remark that has been made by the Congress MLA. We have Manikam Tagore, Congress MP, who in fact goes on to suggest that either he's a fool or he's perhaps a BJP agent to have gone ahead with this kind of a irresponsible remark. Listen in.
I don't know, he may be a fool who will not be able to understand the truth of it. Mrs. Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, she has sacrificed their life for the Congress party. And he may be an agent of BJP who may be calling this kind of things.
Congress party itself is battling to survive. No money. It does not have its own headquarters. Its headquarters is under construction. So some individuals might have won, but Congress party doesn't have assets, doesn't have money, and vis-a-vis BJP could build headquarters over 1,000 crores in a year's time. So who has the money?
Imran continues to stay on with us. So Imran, we heard some of the Congress reactions there. Really don't know, which direction should they head towards and what kind of a justification should they give in order to explain this kind of a remark. But interestingly, Manikam Tagore has also suggested that he's perhaps a BJP agent to have gone ahead with that kind of a remark.
Well, Ramesh Kumar is known to make such statements. In fact, earlier in the assembly, he had made a very crude remark against the women and said that if rape is happening, the women should enjoy it. That was, he got slammed heavily on this issue, and he's made to known to be this controversial statements like this. And even though the Manikam Tagore might say he's a BJP agent, but he is a 6-time MLA from the Congress party, 2 times Speaker of the Assembly. He has been minister, and very clearly he knows what he was speaking, and his remarks might embarrass the party, and that's why reason why we can understand the statement from Manikam Tagore saying that he's an agent of the BJP. Very senior leader of the Congress party is Ramesh Kumar. He has been, as I said earlier, 6 times MLA from the Kolar constituency, 2 times the Speaker of the Assembly. Last round when he was, he had disqualified members who are now ministers in the BJP government, and it's to say Manikam Tagore that he's a BJP agent is not good.
The criticism coming in for Ramesh Kumar is not to be faced by the entire party, and is why it's conveniently distancing itself from this particular remark coming in. Thank you, Imran, for putting that in perspective for us. Let's quickly shift our focus to yet another update we're tracking from Karnataka. Now, this one is a big political development coming in from the state. A year before assembly polls are due in the state, former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has said he's giving up his constituency to his son Vijendra, also saying that his son will contest from Shikarpur, and has asked the people to support him as well. So is it just a case of handing over reins, or is it B.S. Yediyurappa calling it quits? That's the big question here. Senior BJP leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa announcing he's giving up his assembly constituency to his son Vijendra. Listen in.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಳೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಒಲವು ಇದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ವಿಜಯೇಂದ್ರ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ.
Imran continues to stay on with us. Imran, though, when questioned on is it that he feels sidelined in the BJP or in Karnataka, he denied all of those allegations, also said that, he will not let Congress come to power, come may what, but this is him handing over his constituency to his son. What do we make of this? What is the sense that you're picking up from on ground?
Well, there are several layers into this in this announcement of B.S. Yediyurappa. It's just 1 year of the Bommai has finished his government, and that the same day Yediyurappa is announcing that his son will take over from him as a candidate for the Shikaripura Assembly constituency. Now, let me go back to the point where there were several ministers who had complained against Yediyurappa about the interference of Vijayendra. They were calling Vijayendra as super CM, and in fact, alleging that entire files in the government is being passed with Vijendra's only
so
approval.
it's a big hint, but one can't certainly reach a conclusion as yet. But Times Now also spoke to B.S. Yediyurappa's son on his and his father's political future plans, and the son also, when he was questioned on B.S. Yediyurappa's retirement, he was still evasive. Let's listen in.
ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪಕ್ಷನು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಧರಿಸಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್, ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಾರ ತಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಏನಾರ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಾ?
ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಅವತ್ತಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು, ಪೂಜಾ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಲಹೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಕ್ಷ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಅದರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಅವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್,
ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ಸಂಬಂಧನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರ ಡಿಕ್ಷನರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಮುಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಬಹುಮತದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಸವಾಲನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
That's what B.S. Yediyurappa's son had to say, that his father knows no terms such as retirement. Let's see how that plays out. For the moment, slipping into a very short break here. Be right back.
OLX Auto से
the most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
And back with the breaking news coming in, a third case of monkeypox has been reported from Kerala. A 35-year-old man who travelled to Kerala from UAE early this month has tested positive for monkeypox, making him the third case of the virus from the country as well as in the state. Now, the health department sources have said that Malappuram arrived in the southern state on the 6th of July and was undergoing treatment at the Manjeri Medical College. So a third case, I beg your pardon, of monkeypox that has been reported in India, a third case in the state. Kerala Health Minister, in fact, has confirmed this development. Let me go across to Vivek, who continues to be with us on this latest development taking place. Now, Vivek, there is much talk going on at the international front with regards to monkeypox, because worldwide 14,000 plus cases have been reported. In India, this becomes the third case, which incidentally has been reported from the state of Kerala. What more can you tell us about the ongoing development?
Yes, this is the third case that's reported in the state of Kerala, and this is the third case, from the country as well. Now, this is a person from Malappuram. He had come from UAE on the 6th of July, and he was under treatment, at the Manjeri Medical College in Malappuram. His test results came today from the Virology Institute in Pune, and it has been tested positive. Now, as far as the condition of the three people who are concerned, one from Kollam, one from Kannur, and now from Malappuram, the health condition is stable. There's nothing to be worried about. But the government is taking all kind of precautions at this point of time. There is health test that's been made at all airports, all the 4 international airports in Kerala, where people coming from UAE mainly are being tested thoroughly, and if found any symptoms, they'll be sent to the nearest hospital. The government is taking all precautions. Even advisories have been sent to the local bodies and the municipalities, and even at the lowest level of administration, the health department is coordinating with them to ensure that those people who are showing symptoms, have been sent to the nearby health centers. Remember, the first COVID case in the country has also been reported from Kerala, and hence the government,
this third case also going back to a foreign country. This person has a travel history, traveled from UAE to Kerala on the 6th of July. 13th is when he started showing symptoms of fever, etc. Let's see how it plays out. Of course, a concerning update coming in from Kerala. Vivek, thank you for joining us. It's time for us to head into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
Good afternoon, you're watching Live Wire and I'm Smriti Joshi. Let's first take a look at the headlines. PM says Har Ghar Tiranga campaign will connect with the national flag. Opposition hurls Chinese Tiranga jibe and accuses RSS of not hoisting Tiranga for 52 years. Aam Aadmi Party hits out at centre for not allowing Delhi Chief Minister's Singapore trip, claims Prime Minister Modi is jealous of Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party's growing popularity. Delhi LG recommends CBI probe in Delhi Excise Policy change, alleges Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia's department linked to 144 crore rupees windfall for liquor mafia. Kejriwal gives clean chit to Deputy Sisodia, says BJP scared of AAP's growing clout, calls probe central ploy to malign party. BJP counters with charge sheet of alleged violations. Cross-voting tremors during presidential polls continue to rock opposition boat. Congress House appears to be hardest hit, with several MLAs in Jharkhand and MP voting for Murmu. Kerala Child Rights Body seeks ban on boys or girls only schools, favors co-ed model by next year. Left Sarkar backs the move. Critics call it unnecessary intervention. ED raids on Mamata Banerjee government, Minister Partha Chatterjee and other accused in the SSC scam case. Several other officials and netas linked to the scam being raided too. BJP's Karnataka talisman BS Yediyurappa hints that he won't be fighting next state election, says handing over his seat to son Vijendra. DGCA notifies massive reform, bars airlines from using disability as reason to deny boarding. Checkup by doctor made mandatory for exclusion on medical grounds. Child Rights Panel in Kerala has issued orders to make all educational institutions in the state co-education. Child Rights Body has in fact directed the state officials to formulate a plan within 90 days to incorporate the co-ed system from 2023. Child Rights Panel has backed the move by calling it an attempt to ensure gender equality in schools. Now, the Child's Panel also argued that international studies on co-ed schools had demonstrated that such schools would instill mutual respect and ensure gender equality. The reform has also been backed by the Kerala government. Now, this order was made after a person filed a plea. Dr. Isaac Paul of Anchal in Kollam district filed a petition. The petitioner argued that gender justice was denied in exclusive schools.
Our aim is to give a message to the society to eradicate the gender differences between boys and girls. But this is only a recommendatory in nature, or that's not a order. This is only a direction to the government to implement the project to eradicate the gender differences among our boys and girls. Government is keen to implement this project. Government already started to implement in schools to eradicate this the gender issues. Our aim is to protect the constitutional right to equality and before law, and right to equality anywhere in the society. It must be started from school. That is a center of socialization.
This is quite natural. This is 21st century. In the century, general personality with the work of the time. So in such a society, such a historical point of time, it's quite natural that a state like Kerala should implement for the first time in the country as a comprehensive way of education. It will help the country, the school education to go further, and it will understand, make them people understand each other very much in all ways, politically, emotionally. They will know each other and they will become very good friends. It's a proven scientific fact that they should meet each other, should study together, they should know each other.
केरला सरकार ने जो फैसला लिया है, किन कारणों से लिया है, इसके तथ्यों की जानकारी पूरी लेनी पड़ेगी। लेकिन अब जो है कहीं भी महिला और पुरुष और लड़के लड़की में कोई भेद का सवाल नहीं है। अब तो कई शिक्षण संस्थान ऐसे हैं, अधिकतर ऐसे हैं जहाँ कोएड व्यवस्था है, लड़का लड़की दोनों पढ़ते हैं और ये अच्छा भी है एक तरह से आज के दौर में। लेकिन कहीं कहीं कुछ व्यवस्था ऐसी है जो सिर्फ महिला कॉलेज होता है, ये लड़कियों के लिए विद्यालय होता है, लड़कों के लिए होता है। अब केरला सरकार ने क्यों किया इस तरह का फैसला, हम समझते हैं पूरी जानकारी के बाद इस पर बात करें।
Now, in the latest reaction that we are getting on this development, we're being told that the Education Minister has called this decision of the Child Rights Panel a sudden decision. The Minister also says change needs a lot of deliberation. So the government at this point of time is mulling and has also made it clear that one cannot impose this decision. So the Child Rights Panel pushes for co-ed by 2023 in all the schools in the state, and the government's response at this point of time is that it is thinking about the issue and that this decision, this reform cannot just be imposed. It's a sudden decision, sudden reform that the Child Rights Panel is seeking, and it needs a lot of deliberation.
ഒരു ദിവസം നമുക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇത്തര സ്കൂൾ മിക്സഡ് എന്ന നിലയിൽ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയില്ല. ചില നടപടിക്രമങ്ങൾ പൂർത്തീകരിക്കാനുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നിർദ്ദേശിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന മാനദണ്ഡങ്ങൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒന്ന് അവിടുത്തെ പാരന്റ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് അസോസിയേഷൻ തീരുമാനിക്കണം. തദ്ദേശ സ്വയംഭരണ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൻ്റെ തീരുമാനം വേണം. ഈ തീരുമാനം എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഈ തീരുമാനം എടുത്തതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഒരു ആശയക്കുഴപ്പം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള വ്യത്യസ്ത അഭിപ്രായം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതുകൂടി പരിഗണിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമേ തീരുമാനം എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പാടുള്ളൂ.
We have Sharon joining us with more detail. Sharon, the critics are saying that this decision, implementation of this decision or this reform is unnecessary. Now, what is the real stand of the Kerala government? Reports came in that the government is backing the reform, but Education Minister says we can't just impose it. We need to discuss this issue. We need to talk to the teacher parents committee as well.
That is right. V. Sivankuti, who is in fact the Kerala Education Minister, says that all of a sudden decision or a sudden transformation of schools cannot happen overnight. It has to be discussed with the stakeholders. It has to be discussed with the parents, teachers, also the school administration, whether they are willing to do this or not. Apart from that, the very important is the parents and students. What is their understanding as far as this co-ed education is concerned? These are some of the concerns that has been raised by Education Minister, though he has never denied that they are not going to implement it, but at the same time says that immediate implementation of something like this is not possible. There is in fact a protocol, there's a process that needs to be put in force to implement such a big decision. Overnight, things like this cannot be taken up, is what the Education Minister is saying. So, though there is no blockade or denial from the Kerala government, they are in fact in support of this decision. But at the same time, they have been saying that there are still discussion that needs to take place as far as this policy is concerned.
All right, Sharon, thank you very much for getting us those details. We also have reactions coming in from parties like the AIUDF that are calling this move unnecessary and also a violation of fundamental rights of minority institutions.
ये इशू ही नहीं है, इसको इशू क्यों बना रहा है? क्या कॉमन स्कूल में नहीं क्या पढ़ती है? दुनिया भर का कॉमन स्कूल में लड़का लड़की एक साथ बैठ के पढ़ती है. कोई वुमेन का अलग से होता है. इंसिस्ट करने के लिए, एक परसेप्शन क्रिएट करने के लिए वुमेन एजुकेशन में हमारा देश पीछे था, इसलिए ये एक स्टार्ट किया था. ये तो गवर्नमेंट का भी वुमेन कॉलेज है.
Kerala State Commission for Protection of Child Rights has come up with a major recommendatory order sending to the General Education Department asking them to implement that all the exclusive boys and girls schools should be stopped from next year onwards, that's from next academic year starting from 2023-24 onwards, and to ensure that from here on it will be only co-educational or mixed schools in the state of Kerala. Now this particular order and this recommendatory order has been welcomed by the various activist groups and also the government is also supporting this. Now it's up to the government to decide whether to go forward with this. But one thing is very sure, that there is going to be resistance from the ground, because earlier we saw that such resistance have been coming from various fundamentalistic groups, especially when the gender-sensitive uniform has been implemented. But now that the government has been holding talks with various stakeholders, including the parents and teachers, before implementing this order, the government is hoping that from 2023-24 onwards, that this particular order will be implemented.
Moving on, Prime Minister Narendra Modi appealed to all the citizens to strengthen the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign for the upcoming Independence Day celebrations by hoisting the tricolour at home. He also appealed to the people to either hoist the tricolour or display it at their homes between 13th and 15th of August to deepen our connect with the national flag. Soon after the appeal, politics played out as the opposition leaders targeted the BJP, calling it hypocrisy of the BJP. From calling it a push for China-made flags to questioning BJP's silence on RSS not hoisting the national flag for 52 years, the opposition made the event political.
तिरंगा जरूर लगाना चाहिए इंडिपेंडेंस इस अपील में कोई बुराई नहीं और उन लोगों को तो जरूर लगानी चाहिए जिन्होंने आज़ादी के दौरान विरोध किया था तिरंगे का, जो इनके संगठनों ने कई सालों तक आज़ादी के बाद भी तिरंगा अपने यहाँ नहीं किया, नागपुर हो या और कहीं हो। तो हमें ये बात बहुत ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। अब अगर वो करना चाहें तो अच्छी बात है।
No, I think putting up a flag, we all do it, and this is not his doing. I mean, I stand corrected. I think Mr. Jindal fought the case, who is in the Congress party, to give fair justice that whoever wants to put a flag can do it. So I think this was actually not started by the present government. It was started by Mr. Jindal, who is in the Congress party.
RSS हेडक्वार्टर कब तिरंगा झंडा अपना ऑफिस में लहराया, कब लहराया? मेरा क्वेश्चन है बीजेपी लीडरशिप को, पहले आरएसएस का घर घर में जाके तिरंगा लहराइए। बाकी आरएसएस छोड़ के सारे हिंदुस्तानी का घर में तिरंगा लहरा हुआ है फ्रॉम डे वन। अरे ये तो हम लोग जो किया है पीएम मोदी वही कर रहा है। पहले से अलीम उलमाओं ने जो किया है, तिरंगा झंडा लेके घर घर में पहुंचा दिया, आज 70 साल बाद मोदी जी ये कर रहा है।
Well, the row over Har Ghar Tiranga is only intensifying after hurling the RSS didn't unfurl jibe. Congress's P. Chidambaram sees a China link as well, says non-Khadi flags have been imported. That's another allegation being leveled.
The imported flags. Now they're allowed imported non-Khadi flags, even polyester flags from China. This must be imported by some crony capitalists, which is why I think they're peddling. We will raise flags on Independence Day. Everybody raises flags on Independence Day. Every political party raises the national flag on Independence Day. It doesn't require an exhortation by the Prime Minister to ask us to hoist the flag.
Let's go across to Samia now. Samia, this event seems to have turned all political now. First, of course, with the Congress party slamming the BJP, saying the RSS never unfurled the flag after independence of 52 years. And now the BJP wants everybody, every citizen to unfurl, hoist the Tiranga. Some also reminding that how we got this legal right to unfurl the Tiranga at our homes courtesy Mr. Jindal. Now, Mr. Chidambaram says that these are not Khadi flags, these are non-Khadi flags, and he sees a China link.
Well, the Congress party has been hitting out at the government even before the Prime Minister declared Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Now, what the government is trying to do over here is trying to reach out to all the opposition party and urge upon them that in the spirit of oneness and patriotism, let's celebrate the upcoming Independence Day between the 13th August to 15th August and hoist the national flag in every single houses. But the Congress party was quick to hit out at the government by saying that where was the BJP, who is now trying to assume a high moral ground by urging upon the Indians to hoist national flag, when the ideologue RSS never really hoisted the national flag for 52 years in their national headquarters. Having said that, of course, Mr. P. Chidambaram and the Congress party raked up this matter, but the polyester flag are being imported from China, and that takes away the livelihood of many of those who were making Khadi flags in a symbol of the national ethos for years on, that is hitting out at the livelihood. So as it's less than a month to go for the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to be observed across the country, but the attack from the opposition party is only escalating as more and more voices and more political parties are joining in the chorus, questioning the government, that it's rich of the government now to ask the citizens of this country to carry out Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav when they never really objected to the RSS not hoisting the national flag for 52 years.
Right, Samya, stay on with us. We're getting some breaking inputs. In fact, the BJP has hit out. It has responded to the Tiranga controversy. Delhi BJP MP has questioned opposition's patriotism. Mr. Hansraj Hans says, why oppose hoisting of the tricolour? Let's first play out the reaction.
इसी से आप आइडिया ला लो देशभक्त कौन है, जिसको तिरंगे से प्यार है या तिरंगा लहराने से इतराज है, तो वो पूरी दुनिया के हीरो हैं, ये कुछ भी बोलते रहे। सबसे बढ़िया उनके होते हुए हमें इधर उधर से खतरा नहीं है। अब हज़ार बार सोचते हैं पड़ोसी मुल्क भी कि यार आप पंगा नहीं लेना, वहाँ वो शख्स बैठा है जिसकी माँ ने उसका नाम मोदी रखा है।
All right, with that we are quickly taking a very short break on the broadcast. News and updates will continue. Stay on with us. Paul became the first Indian to qualify for the triple jump final at the World Championships with an effort of 16.68 meters. He will play for finals on Sunday. Olympics gold medalist Neeraj Chopra threw the spear to a distance of 88.39 meters to secure his place in the final of his maiden World Athletics Championship. Rohit Yadav's first throw of 80.42 makes him the second Indian javelin thrower to qualify for the men's javelin event to play finals on Sunday. A massive forest fire broke out in the Kandi forest area in West Bengal's Murshidabad district today morning. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot. Draupadi Murmu, after winning the presidential polls, has been immortalized not in wax but in sand. Famed Odisha artist Sudarshan Patnaik has created a sand sculpture of Murmu, who hails from the state. The flood situation in Assam deteriorated slightly, but the number of affected people due to the deluge increased to 17,200 across 4 districts of the state. However, no flood-related death has been reported in the past 24 hours. Former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu lashed out at Jagan Mohan Reddy government over its failure to deal with massive floods to the Godavari River. In the Godavari River that inundated several villages in the east and west Godavari districts, Naidu alleged that Jagan government left people in lurch. The Pune headquartered Southern Command of Army launched a flood relief effort named Operation Varsha 22 to undertake evacuation, rescue and medical response in various states affected by floods. 4 members of a family were killed while one sustained injuries after the roof of their house collapsed due to heavy rains in Punjab's Patiala. The incident took place when the family members were sleeping. It's time for a very short break. News and updates will continue.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
PM says Har Ghar Tiranga campaign will connect with the national flag. Opposition hurls Chinese Tiranga jibe and accuses RSS of not hoisting Tiranga for 52 years. Aam Aadmi Party hits out its centre for not allowing Delhi Chief Minister's Singapore trip, claims Prime Minister Modi is jealous of Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party's growing popularity. Delhi LG recommends CBI probe in Delhi excise policy change, alleges Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia's department linked to 144 crore rupees windfall for liquor mafia. Kejriwal gives clean chit to Deputy Sisodia, says BJP is scared of AAP's growing clout, calls probe central ploy to malign party. BJP counters with charge sheet of alleged violations. Cross-voting tremors during presidential polls continue to rock opposition boat. Congress House appears to be hit the hardest, with several MLAs in Jharkhand and MPs voting for Murmu. Kerala Child Rights Body seeks ban on boys or girls only schools, favors co-education model by next year. Left Sarkar backs move, critics call it unnecessary intervention. ED raids on Mamata Banerjee government minister Partha Chatterjee and other accused in the SSC scam case. Several other officials and netas linked to the scam being raided too. BJP's Karnataka talisman B.S. Yediyurappa hints he won't fight next state election, says handing over his seat to son Vijayendra. DGCA notifies massive reform, bars airlines from using disability as reason to deny boarding. Checkup by doctor made mandatory for exclusion on medical grounds. Breaking inputs coming in from Karnataka. Former Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Minister K.S. Yediyurappa, who had to step down from the cabinet following the suicide of a contractor who had accused him of corruption, has been given a clean chit by the police, claiming to have found no evidence for abetment of suicide by Mr. Yediyurappa in the death of the Belagavi-based contractor Santosh Patil. The Udupi police has filed a B report in this case. Meanwhile, Times Now spoke to the family that has hit back at this clean chit being given to the minister.
ಒಂದು ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಹಾಕಲು ಬಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಫಿರ್ಯಾದಿಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಅದಾವ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದಾವ್ರಿ ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ ಹೋಗಿದಾರು, ಯಾರ್ದೈತಿ ಸರ್. ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ RDPR ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಒಂದು ಅವ್ರ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟಿದು ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ, ಅವನು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಕಾಲು, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕಾಲು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದಾವೆ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಇವ್ರು ತನಿಖಾ ಹಂತನ ಹಾದಿ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೇನು ಹೇಳೋದೈತಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಅದು ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ 2 ಅಥವಾ 3 ದಿವಸ 20 ಅಥವಾ 22, 23 ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಉಡುಪಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾವೆ ಸರ್. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತನಿಖಾ ಹಂತದ ಏನೈತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ್ರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಕೋಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಇದನ್ನು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಆಗಿ
ನನ್ನ ಸಾವಿಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅವ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡ ಸತ್ತದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಈಗ ಸಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಡೆತ್ ನೋಟ್ ಬರೆದಿಟ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟರು ಸತ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನಾದರೂ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು? ನೀವಾದರೂ ಕೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್.
Let's go across to Deepak for more on this. Deepak, the family says that Yediyurappa is being shielded and the B report has been filed only to close the case. That's the allegation.
Yes, the family definitely at this point in time is taken aback by the police filing a B report. They're saying that a lot of evidence was there before the police, and even as a matter of fact, there was not even a thorough investigation done, is what the family says. They even say that the police didn't even question or grill K.S. Yediyurappa in this particular matter, and this entire investigation itself was a sham. More importantly, the Congress at this point in time has come all guns blazing, and they're saying this shows that in all the way they were just trying to cover up this particular case, and the investigation was just a botch up. They also even went on to state that K.S. Yediyurappa himself a couple of weeks ago had stated that there will be a report that would be filed very soon where he would come out clean. So they questioned how he knew about this aspect as well. So at this point in time, while we asked the BJP leaders, including the Chief Minister, about all of this, many of the BJP leaders came out in support of K.S. Yediyurappa and said the investigative agencies are acting fairly. There is no bias in this particular case. Some of them even draw parallels to what happened with the Ganapati suicide case, when the former Congress Minister K.J. George, of course, had to resign at that point in time, and later eventually there was a B report that was filed there. So the BJP is saying while B report was filed there, they didn't have any sort of problem. Why is there a problem while it is a BJP leader at the helm of affairs? An interesting aspect also to note here is that after the cabinet meeting that took place in Karnataka today, Mr. K.S. Yediyurappa visited Vidhan Sauda, met with the Chief Minister. Some suggest that that this is probably him trying to get cozy, because the Chief Minister is heading to Delhi today. He will also be heading to Delhi on the 24th and 25th, where discussions will happen on the cabinet expansion. So probably there is an afterthought in K.S. Yediyurappa's mind to be reinducted into the cabinet, because of course he had to resign following these allegations. Now that he's been given a clean sheet, probably that's something that he's looking forward to. While we asked the Chief Minister this particular question, he of course didn't want to comment and said that he doesn't want to speak on this issue at the moment.
Right, in fact, we confronted the Neta, Mr. Yediyurappa, after the clean chit given to him by the police, and he's denying the influence charge. Deepak, let's play out that sequence.
क्लीन चिट के बारे में, उसके बारे में भी पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है कांग्रेस वाला, ये बोलने के लिए बहुत मुझे ही बहुत मुझगर होता हो रहा है। वो फैमिली हो गया क्योंकि मैं ये ऐसा आपादन आता है ऐसा सोचकर वो मिनिस्टर है, मिनिस्टर को प्रभाव करता है, इसलिए वो मैं कोई भी नहीं पूछा मेरा रेसिग्नेशन, मैं ही रेसिग्नेशन दे दिया क्योंकि मेरा इन्फ्लुएंस मत करना, ऐसा मैं इन्फ्लुएंस भी नहीं किया, इसीलिए रेसिग्नेशन किया। इंक्वायरी हो गया है, इनको क्लीन चिट मेरा घर का देवी के ऊपर मुझे मालूम विश्वास था, वो मैं आरोपी से बाहर मैं डेफिनेटली आऊँगा, ऐसा आ गया है।
Let's go back to Deepak, who continues to be with us. Of course, that is a reaction coming in from Mr. Yediyurappa, who has now been given a clean chit. But the family and especially the wife's reaction, Deepak, the wife says that my husband in the letter took the name of Mr. Yediyurappa. Will the police consider it if I too do that in my death note?
Well, definitely the statements coming in from the family, especially the wife, is quite heart-wrenching. You know, she speaks about the concerns. They say that, you know, the handwriting was not of his and, you know, it was not written by him. So many other aspects came up during the investigation. That's why she says that whether if she, in her handwriting, writes that, her husband had mentioned that it was Yediyurappa and his associates who were responsible for his suicide, and if she too commits suicide, will that be something that the cops will consider, is what she goes on to say while speaking to the media. Definitely for the family at this point in time, they say they are unhappy with this. And another interesting statement coming in from the brother is that they are visiting Udupi. After speaking to some of the officials there, they are also planning to challenge this B report in court. So that's going to be interesting how the BJP handled this, because at this point in time, like I mentioned, Mr. K.S. Yediyurappa will be hoping that he is making his way into the cabinet, and if the family moves court, then that's yet another hurdle, and this time a legal hurdle that he'll have to cross over.
Has also led to a political face-off, with the Congress party questioning how can Yediyurappa's name being mentioned in the death note be ignored. Let's play out some reactions.
All these are all again government agencies working. We all know that this was a foregone conclusion. That person has given a death note saying I was being harassed, I had to pay 40% commission, and I'm killing myself. What more? That fellow has not even been called for investigation. Why has Yediyurappa not even been interrogated? Why has he not been examined? Why has police not summoned him?
Ganapati's case during Congress regime, that time the investigative agency, the same investigative team, that time they had given the B report in favor of Mr. KJ George. If that case, the Congress regime that time as manipulated, we should ask that. It is the same agencies, it is the same police, it is the same investigative team that we have. The Congress has a mental block, and they would like to comment and they would like to ridicule on every good move or any fact that is being done in the BJP's regime.
Deepak continues to be with us. Deepak, what really, is the truth as far as the Congress leaders are concerned, and tell us what happened in terms of the investigation, because Mr. Gundu Rao says that Mr. Yediyurappa was not even called for questioning. There was no interrogation, no examination.
Well, these questions are coming up as the B report now has been submitted as to whether Mr. K.S. Yediyurappa was made to undergo rigorous questioning, considering the fact that, he faced and his associates faced direct allegations of abetting this particular suicide. So is the investigation really complete without a thorough questioning of a person who had to resign from the post of the minister because, he faced allegations that, he abetted this particular suicide. So these are questions that the Congress also at this point in time is asking, the family is also asking, and they're saying that there is a need for this B report to be re-looked into. And like I mentioned, the family right now wants to take the legal recourse. They want to challenge this particular B report in court. We'll have to see what, while they do this, whether, once again, any other investigative agency will take this up, or how this matter will be handled in the future.
Absolutely. So now the family has decided to move court. What is the reaction, in fact, coming in from the BJP, Deepak?
Well, the BJP at this point in time, quite interesting, the reaction. We spoke to a couple of leaders, in fact, Swati, and they say that, while the Congress is claiming that the investigative agencies are working on their behest, they say, what about, well, the same investigative body was, investigating, the issue of Ganapati. We should understand that Ganapati was a police officer who had recorded a video of himself narrating how he was under pressure. At that point in time, the Home Minister was KJ George from the Congress. He had to step down following a huge uproar in the Assembly. And later, of course, the matter was even handed over to the CBI. In that particular matter as well, the initial report by the police as well, they also submitted a B report. And now the BJP is saying that, well, when Mr. KJ George got a B report, there was nothing wrong in a B report. And why is that being questioned now by the Congress leaders is the question that they are raising.
Right. I believe the last legal recourse for the family is the court, and since they want the investigation to continue, I believe that's the only option left for them at this point of time. Deepak, thank you very much for getting us those details. We're moving on now to more breaking inputs on the broadcast. Margaret Alva has responded to TMC's decision of abstaining from voting for VP elections. Margaret Alva, in fact, has tweeted, and I quote, TMC's decision to abstain from voting in the VP election is disappointing. This isn't the time for whataboutery, ego or anger. This is the time for courage, leadership and unity. I believe Mamata Banerjee, who's the epitome of courage, will stand with the opposition. Let's go across to Sama. This is very interesting. Yesterday, the TMC said they were not consulted on the VP candidate, and that's why they're not going to vote. They are going to abstain from voting. Today, Margaret Alva says this is not about and should not be about whataboutery, ego or anger. Okay, we're trying to connect with my colleague Samya for more details, but that's the latest that we are getting for you. Margaret Alva, the opposition's VP candidate, vice presidential candidate, has responded to TMC's decision of choosing to abstain from voting for the VP poll. TMC says that they were not consulted when it came to finalizing the candidate. Samya is back with us. Yes, Samya.
Well, clearly the Congress party and the entire opposition is visibly upset with the TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee coming out and openly mentioning that she is going to abstain from voting as far as the vice presidential elections are concerned, as they are hurt with the fact that Margaret Alva's nomination wasn't really discussed with any of the representatives from TMC. Although the Congress party holds this to be entirely untrue, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary came out and said that this is a case of absolute lies that Mamata Banerjee is propagating over here. But Margaret Alva over here, the vice presidential candidate from the UPA, goes on to tweet and say that this is not the time for any ego or anger or what about me for that matter. It's a disappointing decision that Mamata Banerjee is going to abstain. And she also went on to say that she is the epitome of courage and leadership, and this is where she should come out and support a woman candidate that Margaret Alva is for the vice presidential post. And this is not the time to desert the opposition when the opposition needs you the most. So clearly the fissures within the opposition party lies exposed. But the TMC has dug in their heels and they have decided that they are not going to vote for Margaret Alva. They're going to abstain from the voting, which the opposition fears will eventually indirectly support the NDA or will be advantage BJP. So the opposition over here are trying to send feelers across to Mamata Banerjee. And when the vice presidential candidate herself, Margaret Alva, has tweeted tagging Mamata Banerjee on it, we have to see whether at all Mamata Banerjee is going to come up with a response to it, or with the TMC issue an official statement or Margaret Alva's reach out to them.
Right, absolutely. Now, many are also asking, is this about, not being consulted? Because remember, the TMC skipped the meeting, and Abhishek Banerjee also responded to Sharad Pawar's statement, says, yes, calls were made to Mamata Banerjee, but that was post the meeting. Is this more about, Samya, the fact that TMC also had given suggestions as far as candidates for the VP elections are concerned, and they weren't taken into consideration, it seems?
Well, remember when the presidential candidate from the opposition was chosen, Yashwant Sinha was a leader from the TMC. He quit his post in the TMC so that he can be a neutral candidate for the UPA political parties put together. And that is exactly what the opposition party now wants to remind when Margaret Alwa's candidature as far as the vice presidential candidate from the UP is concerned, that the TMC cannot really ride on a high horse over here and cannot really take up a position of a high moral ground when they supported Yashwant Sinha, who was hailing from TMC, and he had to resign from that post to be the neutral candidate. So a lot of back and forth over here amongst the opposition parties. But clearly one thing is for sure, that all is not well.
Right.
And
Well, we have Mr. Monojit Mandal of the TMC joining us in the broadcast. Samya, stay on with us. Let's take a quick reaction. Well, Margaret Alva is hit out at the TMC, Mr. Monojit Mandal, and she says that this is not the time for whataboutery, ego or anger.
No, then who should they go first? It is the people who decided on her candidature. Did they reach out to Mamta even before calling the meeting? Knowing fully well that the people of Bengal, not just TMC, were busy preparing for the commemoration on 21st July. It was known to the entire country. I mean, everyone knew that we needed to not just, but also to dedicate the BJP cheer to the mothers. Everyone know how BJP, they are my two most powerful men in Asia, led by Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah, how they wanted to dislodge Mamata government along with their ED, CBI and what. And we do not really need a lecture from any other political party.
Mr. Mandal, the Congress and the CPM have said that the allegations that the TMC was not consulted are not true. Those are the kind of reactions that have come in. And after TMC's decision, big question mark on opposition unity.
Again, I think our National Secretary, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, who is, rising like a political star in the political of the country, made it unambiguously clear that this has got nothing to do with the opposition politics.
Okay.
This is one of decisions taken by the party. We were just simply, hurt, and we were just taken for granted. That's what we felt, and it was decided in a considered meeting by consulting all the member of the parliament who were supposed to vote.
Right. Mr. Mandal, stay on with us. I request you to stay with us. We also have Dilip Ghosh of the BJP joining us in the broadcast. Mr. Dilip Ghosh, after NDA candidates' victory in the presidential elections, now Fisher's appearing in the opposition again, one would say, after cross-voting in the presidential elections. Now TMC has decided to not vote for the VP elections. दिलीप घोष जी, आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? Mr. Ghosh, can you hear me? Okay, all right. I believe there is some issue in connecting with Dilip Ghosh, but let's play out that reaction that Mr. Mandal was talking about. Abhishek Banerjee announcing that TMC was not consulted and hence they choose to abstain.
The opposition candidate was announced without consulting and deliberating and interacting with a party which has 35 MPs in both the house. Ideologically, I cannot support the NDA candidate, come what may. We have decided to refrain ourselves from participating in the voting process.
दिलीप घोष इज बैक विद अस. दिलीप घोष जी, क्या हो रहा है आपके हिसाब से विपक्ष में? टीएमसी कह रही है कि जहां तक बात वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की, उपराष्ट्रपति की है, हमसे कंसल्ट ही नहीं किया गया, हम वोट ही नहीं करेंगे.
नहीं, ये तो उनकी बात है. वो लीडरशिप लेकर के प्रेसिडेंट कैंडिडेट खड़ा किया था अपने पार्टी के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट को, और उनको ही खुद अपने प्रदेश में प्रचार करने नहीं बुलाया, उनकी नॉमिनेशन में खुद नहीं आई, और दूसरी बार जब हुआ उनका पार्टी एकदम अलग है और वो अपना स्टैंड क्लियर कर सकते हैं. लेकिन चुनाव से भागना ये लोकतंत्र का अपमान है. आप घर घर जाके वोट मांग के जीत के आएंगे, यहाँ एमपी बन करके सारा सुविधा लेंगे, जब चुनाव आता है राष्ट्रपति उपराष्ट्रपति आप भाग जाएंगे, ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? इसलिए लोकतंत्र का मानना ही एक प्रकार. चाहे तो आप अपना कैंडिडेट खड़ा करिए, वोटिंग तो करिए, आप देश को क्या बोलेंगे? इतना बड़ा लोकतंत्र का उत्सव होता है, आप उसमें भाग नहीं लेंगे, आप सेफ पोजीशन में रहेंगे, ये लोकतंत्र के लिए ठीक नहीं.
All right, Dilip Ghosh ji, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you to Mr. Monojit Mandal as well for joining us. This is a big story developing every moment. We'll keep on tracking it. For now, a quick break.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
After several rounds of legal battle, the family members of the Salem girl who died by suicide have decided to go ahead with the last rites that are going to be performed now. Let's go across to Dharini, who's joining us with more details. Dharini, in fact, the family had also approached the Supreme Court for fresh autopsy, but the court rejected that plea. In fact, asked the family members to approach the High Court. Now we're being told that the parents have decided to go ahead with the cremation. Dharini, can you hear me? All right, we are trying to connect with Dharini as far as the Kallakurchi case is concerned. Remember, the Supreme Court had refused plea of the victim's father seeking a repeat post-mortem, and the family, in fact, was asked to approach the High Court to seek order on fresh post-mortem of the girl. Now we're being told that the family has decided to conduct the last rites. Allegedly, the girl died by suicide and had in her death note mentioned harassment. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel launched the logo of 36th National Games in Gandhinagar today. After a gap of 7 years, the National Games will be held in Gujarat in September. Prime Minister Modi held a meeting with top cabinet ministers to discuss government strategy in Parliament. Union Ministers Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Prahlad Joshi, Anurag Thakur, Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal have attended the meeting. 8 people were arrested for offering namaz at a weekly market in Uttarakhand's Haridwar under Section 151 of the Criminal Procedure Code. The accused were later granted bail by the SDM court. ED officials today raided and quizzed TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee in connection with its probe into the School Service Commission recruitment scam. ED launched an investigation in the alleged money laundering in recruitment of teachers and non-teaching staff for state-aided schools. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue.
Warm welcome. You're watching Times Now and I'm Meghna Deka. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. First up, the headlines. Prime Minister says Har Ghar Tiranga campaign will connect with the national flag. Opposition hurls Chinese Tiranga jibe and accuses the RSS of not hoisting the Tiranga for the last 52 years. Aam Aadmi Party hits out at the centre for not allowing Delhi's Chief Minister Singapore trip, claims Prime Minister Modi is jealous of Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party's growing popularity abroad. Delhi Lieutenant Governor recommends CBI probe in Delhi Excise Policy change, alleges Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia's department link to the 144 crore windfall for liquor mafia. Kejriwal gives a clean chit to Deputy Chief Minister. Sisodia says that BJP is scared of AAP's growing clout, calls the probe central agency ploy to malign the party. BJP counters with charge sheet of alleged violations. Cross-voting tremors during the presidential elections continue to rock the opposition vote. Congress House appears to be the hardest hit, with several MLAs in Jharkhand and MP voting for Murmu. Kerala child rights body seeks a ban on boys or girls only schools. Favors co-education model by the next year. Left Sarkar backs the move. Critics call it unnecessary intervention. Enforcement Directorate raids on Mamata Banerjee government's minister Partha Chatterjee and other accused in the SSE scam case. Several other officials and netas are linked to the scam being raided as well. Day after TMC decides not to vote for the opposition's vice presidential candidate, Margaret Alva hits back, calls TMC's decision disappointing, says put your ego aside and unite. BJP's Karnataka talisman B.S. Yediyurappa hints that he won't fight the next state election, says that he's handing over the reins of his seat to his son Vijendra. DGCA notifies massive reform bars airlines from using disability as a reason to deny boarding. Checkup by a doctor is made mandatory for exclusion on medical grounds. Well, a massive political controversy has erupted over the Delhi excise policy after the Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena recommended a CBI probe into it. AAP and BJP have now indulged in a fierce face-off. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is accused of extending undue financial favours to the liquor licensees after the tenders had been awarded and thus causing huge losses to the public exchequer. The report by the Chief Secretary, remember, alleges that it was done so with the sole aim of benefiting private liquor barons in lieu of financial benefits to individuals of the highest echelons of the government. Well, the new Excise Policy 2021-22 came into effect on 17th of November last year, under which retail licenses were given to private bidders. With the implementation of the policy, the liquor businesses were taken away from the Delhi government's 4 corporation, and it has now been handed over to the big private players. So now the BJP has posed some big questions to the Aam Aadmi Party. First, how the tender was given to one of the blacklisted firms, which is called Khao Gali. Second, as to how 50% of the cases, 50 crore rupees rather, case exemption was given on imported liquor without any official nod. Third, how 144 crore rupees waiver was given to liquor cartel without any clearances from the centre. Listen in.
25th October 2021, this was a notice issued by Excise Department of Delhi to the companies concerned who were part of the cartelization process in tendering process itself. What happened to this notice? What action was taken? What investigation happened? Without a cabinet note, without an approval, 144.26 crore was waived off from the liquor cartel. There's a company called Khao Gali, which is blacklisted company. How was this blacklisted company allowed to participate in the tendering process itself? The manufacturers of the alcohol cannot be the distributors. That's another point in the entire tendering process. In this case, the manufacturers were also the distributors.
Meanwhile, the Delhi government has hit out at the BJP for scripting fake cases against them in order to hinder their work. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal himself has slammed the Saffron Party and said that the BJP is jealous of the AAP, especially after their big electoral successes in Punjab.
एक ये सोचने की बात है कि हाथ धो के हमारे पीछे क्यों पड़े हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी के पीछे क्यों पड़े, इतने हमारे एमएलएस को ये जेल भेज चुके, सारे छूट के आ गए और कोर्ट ने जब छोड़ा तो ऐसे गंदे गंदे ऑर्डर पास किए इन लोगों के खिलाफ कि क्या झूठे सच्चे केस बना रहे हो। आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं, वो पूरे देश को भरोसा हो गया आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। सारा देश कहता है यार कुछ भी हो, ये लड़के हैं तो ईमानदार। ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं, ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं, जैसे हम भ्रष्ट हैं ये भी वैसे ही हैं, ये भी भ्रष्टाचारी हैं। पर दुनिया इनके यकीन नहीं कर रही, दुनिया खुद ही कह रही है कि झूठे केस लगा रहे हैं। तो जो मर्जी कर लो, सच सच होता है, झूठ झूठ होता है।
दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल जी ने जो हमने कंप्लेन की थी और जो अनियमितताएं पाई गई थी शराब पॉलिसी को लेके, उसकी सीबीआई जांच की रिकमेंडेशन कर दी है। हम उनका भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता होने के नाते हम उसका स्वागत करते हैं। बहुत सारी अनियमितताएं हुई हैं, बहुत सारा भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है और ये सब भ्रष्टाचार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की देखरेख में हुआ है इस एक्साइज के अंदर, एक्साइज पॉलिसी के अंदर।
पिछले 6 सालों में लगातार हम देखते हैं कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम घटते जाते हैं, लेकिन भारत सरकार लगातार पेट्रोल और डीजल पर एक्साइज ड्यूटी लगाकर पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम बढ़ाती रहती है। और आज आलम कुछ यह है कि पेट्रोल और डीजल 100 रुपए प्रति लीटर का भी जो आंकड़ा है उसे पार कर गया। पेट्रोल और डीजल वो कमोडिटी है जो हर शख्स के जीवन पर डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली प्रभाव डालती है।
आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार कट्टर बेईमान सरकार है। यह शिकायत मैंने सीबीआई को, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब को एक्साइज पॉलिसी के ऊपर दी थी। आज गवर्नर साहब ने जो इसके ऊपर सीबीआई इंक्वायरी इनिशिएट की है, मैं उसके लिए बधाई देता हूं उनको भी और दिल्ली और देश के लोगों को, क्योंकि अब दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा। ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी टेलर मेड थी, कुछ लोगों को बेनिफिट देने के लिए थे। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने चहेतों को काम दिया और यहां तक उनके लिए 12% प्रॉफिट तय किया ताकि 6% उसमें से लिया जा सके।
हम ये आशंका कई दिनों से जता रहे थे, पंजाब की जीत के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आम आदमी पार्टी से और खास तौर पे अरविंद केजरीवाल से काफी घबराए हुए हैं और अरविंद केजरीवाल की बढ़ती हुई प्रसिद्धि से जलन हो रही है। और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि अब दोबारा से वही 2016 वाला स्थिति जो है वो दोबारा आएगी, जब दिल्ली सरकार के हर काम को रोकने की कोशिश की जाएगी।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का और केंद्र सरकार का एक ही काम है कि आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं पर, विधायकों पे, मंत्रियों पे तरह तरह के केस करते रहे। आज मैं उसको बैठ के गिन रही थी तो मुझे लगता है कि तकरीबन 150 केस पिछले 7 साल में आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं पर हो चुके हैं। तब 150 में आज 151 भी शुरू हो गया। तो केंद्र सरकार का स्वागत है, उन्होंने जितनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी है करनी। हमें पता है, हमें अपनी ईमानदारी पे भरोसा है। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता, आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक, आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री कट्टर ईमानदार हैं, इसीलिए आज तक एक भी केस साबित नहीं हुआ है।
Meanwhile, the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, while slamming the BJP, said that this was a predictable move by the Saffron Party. He cited his 2nd of June statement, where he stated that after Satyendra Jain, the BJP will next target Manish Sisodia.
कि अगले कुछ दिनों में केंद्र सरकार मनीष सिसोदिया को भी गिरफ्तार करने जा रही है। पता चला है कि केंद्र सरकार ने सभी जांच एजेंसीज को मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ कोई ना कोई फर्जी केस तैयार करने को कहा है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि सत्येंद्र जैन और मनीष सिसोदिया को फर्जी मामलों में जेल में डाल के दरअसल ये लोग दिल्ली में शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जो अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं ना, उन्हें रोकना चाहते हैं। अगर मनीष और सत्येंद्र भ्रष्ट हैं तो फिर ईमानदार कौन है? एक साथ सारी जांच एजेंसी से हमारी सबकी जांच करवा लो, जितनी रेड करनी है रेड कर लो, एक साथ कर लो ताकि उसके बाद हम काम कर सकें।
Well, let me go across to Bhavtosh, our senior editor, who's joining us with the very latest. While the political war of words continues, tell us how and how soon do we expect the CBI to take over this case, as has been recommended by the LG, and what is it that they're going to begin with?
Well, Meghna, in Delhi, the Lieutenant Governor is virtually the person who handles law and order. He has forwarded the complaint to Ministry of Home Affairs, and it's more or less certain that CBI will seriously look into or pursue the complaint that has been given by the Lieutenant Governor. And because the complaint has come from the Lieutenant Governor, one can expect either CBI to pursue a preliminary inquiry against Manish Sisodia, or if it warrants, then they can also file a regular complaint against unknown accused, or they can directly file a case against Manish Sisodia. More importantly, the allegations that have been leveled in the complaint or in the statement that has been issued by the Lieutenant Governor, those are very serious charges. There are 4 or 5 charges that have been leveled by the Lieutenant Governor. One, that once there was tweaking of excise policy, a one-time waiver of 143 crore rupees was given to those who in fact had applied for tendering of liquor policy in Delhi. Now that's a very serious charge that have been leveled, and they have the Lieutenant Governor has said that this happened at the peak of COVID pandemic in the capital. Second, they have also said that when one of the persons who had applied for liquor at the airport zone, he could not get the license from the airport authority. The liquor policy was changed, and the 30 crore rupees was given back to him. Now, he has said that the Lieutenant Governor has said that ideally that money should have been forfeited. The third charge has been leveled is that the imported beer that is being brought in the capital, 50 rupee per case has been waived off. Now, what the Lieutenant Governor has said is that this encourages consumption of foreign brand in the capital, or encourages consumption of liquor in the capital. More importantly, he has also said that the changing of excise policy per se leads to consumption of more alcohol in the capital. Now, this is the same charge that BJP had leveled last year when they have said protests across the capital when the excise policy was changed.
Absolutely. Several charges have been made, even those of quid pro quo, but it is up to the CBI now to investigate and find out the facts of the case. Thank you so much for joining us with all the details, Bhavtosh. But with that, let's move on in the bulletin. Let's tell you about the latest face-off that we've been discussing between the LG and the central government after the Delhi LG returned Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's proposal for a visa to Singapore to attend a summit there. Now, advising against the visit, the LG Vinay Kumar Saxena has pointed out that the conference where Chief Minister has been invited is a mayor's conference of different cities. He said that the conference will be covering different aspects of urban development, of which you have in Delhi, and it is a very diverse civic body ranging from NDMC, MCD and the DDA, in fact saying that it is not as per protocol for the Chief Minister to actually go ahead and attend a mayor's conference. However, the Aam Aadmi Party has been adamant and in response to the LG's letter has asserted that they will go ahead with the visit. Kejriwal in fact has said it's a matter of pride for all Indians that the Delhi model is being recognized across the world.
अगर दिल्ली की सरकार को दुनिया की कोई सरकार, सिंगापुर की सरकार दुनिया के लीडर्स के सामने यहाँ के काम को रखना चाहती है तो इसमें किसी को कैसे आपत्ति हो सकती है। भारत में होने वाले किसी भी राज्य के, वो चाहे किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, अगर किसी सरकार द्वारा किए जा रहे काम से देश और दुनिया के लोग को सीखना चाहते हैं, उसको देखना चाहते हैं, उसमें दिलचस्पी रखते हैं, तो ये तो भारत के लिए गर्व की बात होनी चाहिए, पूरे देश के लिए गर्व की बात होनी चाहिए। लेकिन बहुत ही मीन पॉलिटिक्स के तहत इस तरह की हरकतें की जा रही हैं।
केंद्र की सरकार, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अगर दिल्ली के चुने हुए मुख्यमंत्री को विदेश जाने से रोक रहे हैं तो इसमें हमारे दिल्ली वालों का बहुत बड़ा अपमान है। ये हर भारतवासी के लिए बड़े गौरव की बात थी कि भारत के एक मुख्यमंत्री को विदेश की सरकार बुला रही है न्योता देके और कह रही है कि आप सैकड़ों विदेशों से आए हुए नेताओं के सामने अपने दिल्ली मॉडल की बात करें, और नरेंद्र मोदी अरविंद केजरीवाल को रोक रहे हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्यों नहीं चाहते कि दिल्ली वालों का नाम हो? नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्यों नहीं चाहते कि भारत का नाम हो?
What does he have to show in Singapore? What model does he have in Delhi? Tell me one new school, new college, new hospital, anything has happened on infrastructure. Tell me one new flyover which has been built in the last 7 years. Yes, media do not ask him this question. He doesn't come out and answer these questions. But the people of Delhi will, because all he did during COVID time was to open liquor shops. And you also know, during liquor shop when everything was, there was COVID lockdown, there were what, kilometers of lines where people were standing and buying liquor. That is all he's done in the last 7 years because he wanted money to fight Punjab elections, which is very unfortunate, and I'm sure he will get exposed over a course of time.
Well, with that big breaking news which is coming in, another controversy which is coming in, this one around Smriti Irani, the Union Minister. Her daughter has gotten a notice. The Goa Excise Commissioner has issued a notice to the daughter of Smriti Irani, this for illegal bar license in Goa. In fact, the Congress is now gunning for the Union Minister himself. People like Sharma Mohammed of the Congress party have hurled abuse of office charge at Smriti Irani. Let me go across to Radhika, who's joining us with all the details. Radhika, and before we go across to Pratibha, Radhika, if you can tell us about the facts of the case, on what grounds has this notice being issued to the daughter of Smriti Irani?
Yes, absolutely. Excise Commissioner has issued this particular notice, show cause notice to Smriti Irani's family. Of course, this is a restaurant run by Smriti Irani's daughter in North Goa. It's called Silly Restaurant and Cafe. And the allegation is that in fact, the license was given to them illegally. The license was issued to Smriti Irani's daughter's restaurant illegally in fraudulent manner and by fabricating certain documents and papers. The allegation is that in fact the show cause notice states that the license holder is a deceased person, somebody who died almost a year back, and the license was renewed last month in the name of that particular deceased person. So the question is, how was this granted to them? How was the license, the liquor license, granted to them despite the fact that the license holder is deceased? So these are the questions that need to be answered. But at the moment, of course, show cause notice issued to Smriti Irani's daughter. Now a hearing is set to take place on the 29th of this month, whereby the responsible people need to be present. So remains to be seen what will happen in that particular hearing, because responses will be filed on the part of Smriti Irani's daughter. So remains to be seen how this particular notice was issued, how the license was issued to Smriti Irani's daughter, and whether there was any sort of collusion at all.
Keep tracking the developments on that front. Meanwhile, there is some more breaking news which is coming in. We are quickly shifting focus across to Punjab, where the High Court has sought answers from the Punjab government. In fact, there's a massive row over the security cut list which had happened, and the fact that this list was actually leaked to the media. Now, the High Court has sought a response within 1 week as to why the entire list of those people whose security was cut was actually broadcasted by the Punjab government. Remember, there were ads which were put out saying that many amongst Sidhu Moosewala's security details were reduced, following which, of course, we saw the brutal murder of Sidhu Moosewala, the famous Punjabi singer. Of course, those from the opposition parties have said it is because Aam Aadmi Party had tried to popularize the fact that many of these high-risk targets are now without security, that they were targeted in the first place. Even the assassin of Sidhu Moosewala had convinced that he had heard about how Sidhu Moosewala's security detail had been removed, and hence this plot was then scripted. The High Court has sought a response from the Punjab government within 1 week. The government had earlier sought 2 weeks' time. However, it gets only 1 week time to explain as to why the list of security cut was made public. One of those peoples, one of the most famous people whose security cordon was cut off, was that of Sidhu Moosewala. His father, in fact, had come out and blamed the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that it is due to them that the plot was hatched, because the assassins and the enemies of Sidhu Moosewala found out that he is now with reduced security. A quick roundup of all the stories coming in. Of course, monsoons have hit several parts of India. The flood situation in Assam has deteriorated slightly, but the number of affected people due to the deluge now has increased to 17 lakh 200 across 4 districts of the state. However, no flood-related death has been reported in the past 24 hours. Former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu has lashed out at the Jagan Mohan Reddy government over its failure to deal with massive floods to the Godavari River, which inundated several villages in the east and west Godavari districts. Naidu has alleged that Jagan government had left the people in lurch. The Pune headquartered Southern Command of Army launched a flood relief effort named Operation Varsha 22 to undertake the evacuation, rescue and medical response in various states affected by floods. 4 members of a family were killed while one of them sustained injuries over the roof of their house collapsed due to heavy rains in Punjab's Patiala. Now, this incident took place when the family members were sleeping inside a rented accommodation. But without a short break, don't go anywhere. We're returning in 2 minutes.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, the big story. The government is currently not considering the extending of July 31st deadline for filing of the income tax returns. The Revenue Secretary has issued a statement on the same. The government is currently not considering the extending of the July 31st deadline, which means that the income tax returns have to be filed by July 31st. The deadline still stays. Remember, there were requests as well that were made for the deadline to be extended, but the Revenue Secretary has clarified on that, saying that the deadline is not going to be extended. So July 31st is when the IT returns have to be filed. Just about 8 to 9 days to go for the IT returns to be filed. There were speculations that there could be an extension on the date as well. Even in the last 2 years, there has been an extension owing to the COVID-19 and the impact that it had. This time around as well, there were speculations that perhaps there could be an extension. But now the Revenue Secretary has clarified that there is not going to be an extension. The deadline remains July 31st. So the government not really considering the extending of the last date for filing of income tax. Let's get you some more breaking news now coming in. The centre is celebrating the Tiranga, but the NC leader has called it mere drama, saying this is just a diversionary tactic by the centre. Reaction coming in from the NC at a time when the BJP has asked for a Har Ghar Tiranga, an event to celebrate the tricolour in the run-up to the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Prime Minister Modi also taking to Twitter today, asking people to ensure that they hoist the tricolour at their homes. In a reaction coming in from the NC, they're calling it nothing but a diversionary tactic by the BJP.
पहली बात यह है कि पॉलिटिक्स में पहली दफा मैं देख रहा हूं कि तिरंगे के ऊपर राजनीति हो रही है और तिरंगे के ऊपर राजनीति वो कर रहे हैं जिन्होंने तिरंगा को कभी अपनाया ही नहीं। यहाँ इश्यूज तो और भी है ना, इशू तो महंगाई है, इशू तो बेरोजगारी है। ये लोगों की तवज्जो डाइवर्ट करने के लिए तिरंगे की तरफ ले गया। तो तिरंगा जो ऐसी कोई चीज है नहीं, बिल्कुल ड्रामाबाजी है। ये क्या नाम है, नेशनलिज्म इससे नहीं चलेगा। नेशनलिज्म चलेगा जम्मू कश्मीर में अगर तिरंगा है तो तिरंगा, इसके बगैर भी हर एक आदमी अपने घर से खुद झंडा बना के अपने घर में ले।
So the opposition not really showing the spirit of unity. Pradeep Datta is joining us over the phone line. Pradeep, not very surprising, the NC not extending its support for the celebration of Independence Day in a grand way as the BJP plans Har Ghar Tiranga program. The NC calling it just a drama.
That's really unfortunate that National Conference is calling it a drama, not realizing that the question of tricolour can't be dramatic because everybody knows it's like insulting and rubbing salt on the wounds of all those family members of martyrs who sacrificed their life for the country. I often say, if we see the tricolour fluttering, it's not because of the blowing, it's because of the supreme sacrifice of the soldiers who stand like a rock on the border or who are trying to politicize this issue. This is not first time when the opposition party leaders have tried to politicize issue related to chit. We have seen that how they have tried to politicize valor of troops, how they have called a surgical strike a political strike, how they in fact raised several questions after a Galwan attack also. And now the same thing they are doing on the Har Ghar Tiranga, not realizing, because people in Jammu and Kashmir very well understand what Tiranga is all about. How many families have lost their hair in Germany, how many kids have lost their fathers because of this Tiranga, because all they wanted to see tricolour fluttering. And when you see the tricolour fluttering, your chest swells with pride and you feel so good. And I think a very tight strap was given into the faces of these politicians by who went out on a bikers rally, and they will be hoisting the tricolour at Lal Chowk, the place the separatist ones used to call short, and after that they'll be going to Kargil, where also they are going to hoist tricolour. Reason is that they are going to remember the supreme sacrifice of all those soldiers who were able to take out those Pakistani intruders and Pakistani Faujis who were entrenched deep inside the bunker in Indian territory to safeguard every inch of the country. So that is really unfortunate and insulting also that they are mocking at the Har Ghar Tiranga. Prime Minister rightly said this is going to deepen the connect between the people and the people of the country with the Tiranga. Because when we talk about Tiranga, we are talking about valor. When we are talking about Tiranga, we are talking about supreme sacrifice. When we are talking about Tiranga, we are inspiring and motivating youngsters also to serve their motherland, India. So I think this is more than that. It's not only about hoisting tricolour or raising tricolour on each and every house. It's more than that. It's something that sentiment and the emotion which opposition party leaders have failed to understand so far.
Absolutely, Pradeep. Thank you for joining us with those details. But of course, it's not new to the national conference as well. We've seen similar reactions also coming in from the NC chief.
सर, हर घर में तिरंगा कैसे देखते इसको? सर, हर घर में तिरंगा कैसे देखते इसको?
So that's the reaction coming in from the National Conference. Pradeep, coming back to you, for the National Conference, this is not really the first time such a reaction is coming in. Previously as well, a reaction coming in from Farooq Abdullah as well, who had insulted the tricolour. Now as well, refusing to be a part of a movement that the entire country is going to be a part of.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is not first time when the National Conference has insulted tricolour. We have seen a similar kind of a statement coming from PDP leadership also in the past. He said that after the vision of Article 370, there will be nobody to hold tricolour in their hand. But in reality, winds of change have already started blowing. We have seen that how youngsters are coming out with the tricolour and they are hoisting tricolour at Lal Chowk, the same place where Gilani, Yasin Malik and other separatist leaders used to call shots, because no Indian was allowed to raise the tricolour. That's the change which we are seeing. And that's the change, in fact, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is talking about when he was today tweeting about this thing. Har Ghar Tiranga, 20 crore people having Tiranga on their houses, sending a message loud and clear that we are for India, and Indians will ensure that they will stand like a rock with the Faujis who are there on the border, standing like a wall, taking bullets on their body, ensuring that this tricolour remains fluttering. The fluttering of tricolour is not only about the cloth fluttering. It is also about the spirit. It's also about sentiment. It's about the emotion of 1.3 billion people associated with it. Whosoever is going to mock at this thing, they are in fact insulting 1.3 billion people of the country. I think they have to understand.
Okay.
Both national
all right.
And other
Pradeep, in fact, this is a political controversy that's going to continue. The BJP, of course, calling out the opposition for refusing to be a part of this movement. Thank you for joining us with those details. We're shifting our focus now to another breaking news now coming in. After the LG recommended a CBI inquiry in the excise policy by the Aam Aadmi Party government, Arvind Kejriwal has decided to skip the fixed 4 p.m. weekly meeting with the LG. He has also cited ill health as the reason why he will not be a part of this meeting with the LG. So another round of standoff continuing with the LG as well as the Delhi government after a CBI probe had been recommended by the LG. Now Arvind Kejriwal skipping the meeting. Manjinder Singh Sirsa on the phone line with us. Thank you for joining us. Manjinder ji, how do you look at this? Chief Minister not being a part of this weekly meeting with the LG, citing ill health.
देखिए, ये तो वही बात हुई कि जब चोरी पकड़ी गई तो हम नाराज हो जाएंगे, हम रो पड़ेंगे। अब ये तो एक सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी क्यों हुई? क्योंकि एक्साइज के अंदर बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है। आपने अपने दोस्तों को काम दिया, फिर उनको पैसे माफ किए, एक को 140 करोड़ रुपया माफ किया, दूसरे का 30 करोड़ रुपया वापस किया, तो 12% आपने बिचौलियों की कमीशन तय करके उनको पैसे दिए। और अगर उसमें अब सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी हो रही है तो दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो रहा है। आपको डर क्यों लग रहा है? क्योंकि आपने गलत काम किया है। चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका, आपको अपनी चिंता एकदम से सताने लग पड़ी कि अब हम फंस गए हैं। तो इसलिए अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बेकसूर हैं, अगर सतेंद्र जैन जी बेकसूर थे तो उनकी जमानत क्यों नहीं हुई? और मनीष सिसोदिया जी बेकसूर हैं तो उनको चिंता किस बात की है? क्योंकि खुद गलत काम किए हैं और वो गलत काम सामने आ रहे हैं। आज वो कह रहे थे हम भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं। देखिए, भगत सिंह जी ने कभी शराब के तस्करों को, शराब के कारोबारियों के पैसे नहीं लिए कभी उनसे, ना ही बड़े बड़े कारोबारियों को लाके काम दिए हैं। और कल तक तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कह रहे थे मैं कट्टर भाजपा का आदमी हूं, मैं आरएसएस का हूं, मेरे पिताजी ने आरएसएस में काम किया है। उनका स्टैंड ही समझ में नहीं आता, वो कहाँ खड़े हैं, उनका कोई स्टैंड समझ में नहीं आता। और आज आपके सामने है तो मीटिंग से भी भाग गए, इसका मतलब वो डरे हुए हैं, उनके मन के अंदर डर है, उन्होंने गलत काम किया और वो गलत काम उनको डरा रहा है।
जी मनजिंदर जी, आज केजरीवाल ने ये कहा है कि बीजेपी उनके पॉपुलैरिटी से डर गई है। पहले उन्होंने सत्येंद्र जैन को टारगेट किया, अब मनीष सिसोदिया को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। ये इसलिए है क्योंकि बीजेपी को पता चल गया है कि लोग आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ हैं और इसीलिए उनको टारगेट किया जा रहा है।
ये बात तो 2013 से लगातार कह रहे हैं, अब तो 2022 आ गया है। 9 साल से यही वो एक बात कहते आ रहे हैं, मेरे से डर गए हैं, मेरे से डर गए हैं। तो अगर ये डरना ही पैमाना हो तो अभी तो उनकी आपने देखा संगरूर बाई इलेक्शन के अंदर लोगों ने कैसे उनको खासा फेंका है। जिस तरह लोगों ने 92 सीटें दी थी, तो इसका मतलब तो आम आदमी पार्टी डर गई है। क्योंकि एक 3 महीनों के अंदर अंदर, 2 महीनों के इनफैक्ट अंदर अंदर अगर उनकी लोकसभा की सीट जो कि 4 लाख वोटों से जीती थी, विधानसभा में वो सीट को 4.25 लाख वोटों से जीते और फिर बाई इलेक्शन 3 महीनों के अंदर अंदर उनका चोरियां एक्सपोज हो गई और वो वहां से हार गए। तो कौन डरा हुआ है? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी। अगर बीजेपी डरी होती तो बीजेपी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती। कौन प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहा है? अरविंद केजरीवाल। वो कहते हैं जी कि हम इनको माफी मांगनी पड़ती है। तो अभी डांट पड़ी कोर्ट से इनको, किसको डांट पड़ी? सतिंदर जैन को। कौन अंदर है? सतिंदर जैन। कौन आजकल करप्शन में मंत्री है? सतिंदर जैन करप्शन होने के बावजूद मंत्री है। क्यों उसको जमानत नहीं मिल रही? क्योंकि उसने गलत काम किया है। क्यों उसकी प्रॉपर्टी कोर्ट ने कुर्क की? क्योंकि वो उसने गलत काम किया है। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपने ही सवाल और अपने ही जवाब दोनों के अंदर वो खुद ही नहीं जस्टिफाई कर पा रहे कि वो कहना क्या चाहते हैं। अगर बीजेपी डरी हुई है तो फिर अरविंद केजरीवाल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस क्यों कर रहे हैं? और अगर कोर्ट से डांट वो कह रहे तो उसमें कि कोर्ट से इनको डांट पड़ेगी, तो अगर डांट पड़ने की बात है तो सतिंदर जैन को पड़ी है, उनकी प्रॉपर्टी अटैच हुई है। ये बात का जवाब तो लोगों को दे नहीं रहे। और ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी में पहले सरकार शराब का काम करती थी दिल्ली में, क्यों पूंजीपतियों को दिल्ली में लाके उन्होंने काम दिया? क्यों अपने दोस्तों को काम दिया? 140 करोड़ रुपया माफ किया, एक को 30 करोड़ रुपया वापस किया। आपने अपने दोस्तों के ऊपर क्यों इतने मेहरबान है? कह रहे जी मेरे दोस्त यहाँ पे कमाई करके देंगे, मेरे बड़े बड़े दोस्त हैं, ये भी ईमानदार हैं, हम लोग मिलकर अच्छा काम दिल्ली में करेंगे। ऐसे कौन से पूंजीपति आपके दोस्त हैं जो अच्छा काम करेंगे?
Acha, Sirsa ji, thank you for joining us with your point of view on that. Let's also go across to Mohit Bhatt, who has been tracking the developments on the story. Mohit, the reaction coming in from the BJP, they're raising 2 points. One, if Arvind Kejriwal was unwell, like he has informed now, how did he hold a press conference? And second, if he has nothing to hide, why not face the CBI?
Well, yes, and that is the counter coming in from Bharatiya Janata Party, where the BJP says that Arvind Kejriwal addressed a press conference around 1 p.m. If he was unwell, then why did he address the press conference and how did he address the press conference? But you see, what we are getting from our sources is that this was a weekly meeting scheduled at 4 p.m. But Arvind Kejriwal said that he was not well and he couldn't attend the meeting. But we know for a fact that how throughout the day there has been tussle going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, where the BJP has leveled serious allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party, and they have raised some questions from Aam Aadmi Party and the top leadership, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, saying that there were various tweaks that were being done in the excise policy of Delhi to make sure that certain individuals and certain companies get benefits, and in lieu of that, kickbacks were received by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Manish Sisodia. So serious allegations have come in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, it all started in the morning when the Lieutenant Governor gave CBI a complaint regarding registering of case within the tweaking of the excise policy of Delhi. And you see, in that particular complaint, serious allegations were being leveled that how certain companies were given benefits and kickbacks were received. And in that particular complaint, it was also said that the money that was being received was used in the Punjab election. It was also being said, on one hand, when the country was dealing with the third wave of Delta COVID virus, the Aam Aadmi Party government was busy in making new excise policy so that they can make money. So these are the serious allegations that are coming in, and that after that we have seen the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They addressed the press conference over here. Meenakshi Lekhi, Adesh Gupta and other senior leaders were present over here, and they asked few questions from Arvind Kejriwal that he needs to come out and clarify on all these allegations. And after that we have seen that Arvind Kejriwal hit out at the BJP, saying that we are the sons of Bhagat Singh, not Savarkar. We will not bow down. We are ready to go to jail. And after this development has happened, where Arvind Kejriwal has skipped the meeting. So throughout the day, this political slugfest has continued, and we have seen that earlier also there was a tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over denial of permission given to Arvind Kejriwal for his Singapore visit. Now this issue has escalated a lot. While the BJP demands certain answers, the Aam Aadmi Party says the CBI and the other agencies are being misused against Aam Aadmi Party because BJP is scared.
Okay.
Back to you.
All right. Mohit, thank you for joining us with those details. War of words continuing, but this is really the latest flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the centre after the controversy over Kejriwal's Singapore visit. On that note, we're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back with top news and updates. Do stay with us.
Amazon.
Welcome back. The Child Rights Panel in Kerala has issued orders to make all the educational institutions in the state co-education, which means there will no longer be an all-girls or an all-boys school in the state. The Child Rights body has directed the state officials to formulate a plan within the next 90 days to incorporate the co-education system from 2023. The Child Rights Panel has backed the move by calling it an attempt to ensure gender equality in the schools. Now, the Child's Panel has also argued that international studies on co-ed schools had demonstrated that such schools would instill mutual respect and ensure gender equality. The reform has also been backed by the Kerala government. In fact, this order was made after a person filed a plea. This is Dr. Isaac Paul from the Kollam district. The petitioner had argued that gender justice was denied in these exclusive schools.
Our aim is to give a message to the society to eradicate the gender differences between boys and girls. But this is only a recommendatory in nature. That's not a order. This is only a direction to the government to implement the project to eradicate the gender differences among our boys and girls. Government is keen to implement this project. Government already started to implement in schools to eradicate this the gender issues. Our aim is to protect the constitutional right to equality and before law, and right to equality anywhere in the society. It must be started from school. That is a center of socialization.
It is quite natural. This is 21st century. In the century, general equality is the order of the time. So in such a society, such a historical point of time, it is quite natural that a state like Kerala should implement for the first time in the country as a comprehensive way of education. It will help the country, the school education, to go further, and it will understand, make the people understand each other very much in all ways, politically, emotionally. They will know each other and they will become very good friends. It's a proven scientific fact that they should meet each other, they should study together, they should know each other.
केरला सरकार ने जो फैसला लिया है, किन कारणों से लिया है, इसके तथ्यों की जानकारी पूरी लेनी पड़ेगी। लेकिन अब जो है कहीं भी महिला और पुरुष और लड़के लड़की में कोई भेद का सवाल नहीं है। अब तो कई शिक्षण संस्थान ऐसे हैं, अधिकतर ऐसे हैं जहाँ कोई व्यवस्था है, लड़का लड़की दोनों पढ़ते हैं, और ये अच्छा भी है एक तरह से आज के दौर में। लेकिन कहीं कहीं कुछ व्यवस्था ऐसी है जो सिर्फ महिला कॉलेज होता है, ये लड़कियों के लिए विद्यालय होता है, लड़कों के लिए होता है। अब केरला सरकार ने क्यों किया इस तरह का फैसला, हम समझते हैं पूरी जानकारी के बाद इस पर बात करें।
Well, many parties have called the move unnecessary, saying it's a violation of the fundamental rights of the minority institutions, also asking if there will be any option at all for the families who want to send their wards to girls only or boys only schools.
ये इशू ही नहीं है, इसको इशू क्यों बना रहा है? क्या कॉमन स्कूल में नहीं ले क्या पढ़ती है? दुनिया भर का कॉमन स्कूल में लड़का लड़की एक साथ बैठ के पढ़ती है। कोई वुमेन का अलग से होता है। इंसिस्ट करने के लिए, एक परसेप्शन क्रिएट करने के लिए वुमेन एजुकेशन में हमारा देश पीछे था, इसलिए ये एक स्टार्ट किया था। ये तो गवर्नमेंट का भी वुमेन कॉलेज है।
Exactly, it would be a total interference into the fundamental right as per Article 29 and 30, I would say, where minority institutions are allowed to maintain the character of their school. So, of course, if it's a convent run by a missionary authority, and they can run the school as per the way they want, and that is what is enshrined in the Constitution. So, it would violate that also. It would violate the fundamental right of these minority institutions.
We're slipping into a short break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with top news and updates. Do stay with us. Watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. Our key focus is a top story coming in from Karnataka. Yediyurappa's bouncer to the BJP High Command as he announced that he would be giving up his seat for his son Vijayendra. What does that mean for the BJP? We'll discuss that in just a bit. First up, let's get you the top 50 stories of the day. Delhi LG Vinay Kumar Saxena has recommended a probe into the Kejriwal government's Excise Policy 2021-22 over alleged violation of rules and procedural lapses. The BJP targets Delhi Sarkar over its excise policy, accuses Delhi government of issuing tenders to illegal vendors. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal counters the BJP's charges, alleges conspiracy by the BJP, says Sisodia is an honest man working for the people. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia rebuts the BJP's charges, saying Prime Minister Modi is jealous of Arvind Kejriwal, alleges conspiracy by the BJP. Congress Delhi Chief Anil Chaudhary questions Kejriwal's hypocrisy, says Kejriwal opposed the liquor mafia in 2013 but failed to question his own MLA. Congress's Alka Lamba hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party over the ongoing liquor controversy and demanded a CBI probe into the matter. BJP MP Hansraj Hans reacts on liquor controversy, making a sexist comment saying women now drink too. Fight over Kejriwal's Singapore invitation escalates. LG returns the proposal for Kejriwal's visit to Singapore. Kejriwal defiant, says will go ahead with the trip. Chief Minister seeks MEA not to attend Singapore summit. Aam Aadmi Party alleges Prime Minister stopping Kejriwal and insulting Delhi. BJP rebutted Aam Aadmi Party's charges against the Prime Minister. Questions why the Chief Minister wants to go to a MEA summit. Kerala State Commission for Protection of Child Rights says closure of boys and girls only schools must cease to exist from 2023-24 academic year. The Child Rights Commission also said girls and boys only schools must be converted into co-ed or mixed schools, saying this move will ensure gender equality in the schools. CPI MP Binoy Vishwam welcomed the decision, saying it will make them both male and females understand each other in all the manner and also develop mutual respect for each other. RJD bats for the co-ed schools reform in Kerala. Mrityunjay Tiwari saying it is beneficial. This is a good reform and this will ensure that any discrimination is avoided. The Supreme Court has refused to entertain a plea by the father of the school girl who died in Tamil Nadu but granted liberty to the father to approach the Madras High Court to bring all the information to their notice. The Madras High Court directed a team of doctors from Puducherry's Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research to analyze the autopsy report of the Kallakurichi girl, the class 12 girl who is said to have died under mysterious circumstances. DGCA amended a rule to empower the specially abled, saying the specially abled passengers cannot be denied boarding. Ajmer Dargah cleric Gohar Chishti remanded to 14-day judicial custody. And it's a vindication for Yogi Sarkar as the Supreme Court has accepted the 3-member panel report in the Vikas Dubey encounter probe. The Supreme Court has closed the Vikas Dubey encounter probe after accepting the panel report. Prime Minister Modi appealed to all citizens to strengthen the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign for the upcoming Independence Day celebrations by hoisting the tricolour at their respective homes. But soon after the Prime Minister's Tiranga appeal, politics played out as the Congress party targeted the BJP, calling it hypocrisy of the Saffron Party. Samajwadi Party leader S.T. Hassan also hit out at the BJP and said that hoisting Tiranga is not enough. The BJP must also ensure that communal politics ends. United opposition also hit out at Prime Minister Modi. CPIM's Hadam Mullah said that the people don't need a patriotism certificate from Prime Minister Modi or the BJP. Now, a day after the Udupi police filed a B report in contractor Santosh Patil's suicide case, the family has accused Yediyurappa of influencing the police, misleading them to closing the case. But the wife of the deceased contractor of Santosh Patil questioned the police over the probe, saying that she too will name Yediyurappa in her death note if it came down to that. Contractor Santosh Patil's brother says that he will approach the police in a couple of days and also approach the court, accusing the police of not informing the family ahead of the clean chit to Yediyurappa. The former minister saying that the Congress party is politicizing the matter and accusing the family of defaming him. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP stalwart B.S. Yediyurappa is said to vacate his seat for his son. He made the announcement earlier today and said that his son B.Y. Vijayendra will contest from the Shikaripura Assembly constituency. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa also dismissed the speculations that he was being sidelined by the party and vowed not to let the Congress party get power in Karnataka. Expressing displeasure over the TMC's decision of abstaining from voting in the VP polls, saying that this is not the time for ego and anger, but it's time for unity and leadership. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel launched the logo of the 36th National Games in Gandhinagar today. After a gap of 7 years, the National Games will be held in Gujarat in September. Although Paul became the first Indian to qualify for the triple jump final at the World Championships. With an effort of 16.68 meters, he will play for the finals on Sunday. Neeraj Chopra and Rohit Yadav enter the javelin throw finals of the World Athletics Championship. The CBSE released the result of the Class 12 today. 92.71% of the students passed the Class 12 board examinations, out of which the girls outshone the boys. India reported its third monkeypox case today. All 3 cases were reported from Kerala. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde convened a meeting at Mantralaya on the flood situation in various parts of Maharashtra. District collectors, Zilla Parishad chief executive officers and police superintendents were present in the meeting. Rains that triggered a flood-like situation in Madhya Pradesh. Several parts of the state face water logging. Water levels of Narmada River has also risen in MP's Hindori district. But rains also brought respite for the residents of Delhi and NCR. IMD has also predicted the continuation of light to moderate rainfall in the region. United States President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. He is experiencing mild symptoms and will continue to work. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wished US President Joe Biden speedy recovery from COVID-19. Russian shelling destroyed a school in Ukraine. 3 bodies were also recovered from the rubble. An irate Donald Trump demanded to be taken to the Capitol after the supporters he sent laid siege on January 6th, reports are now indicating. US Secret Service allegedly deleted January 5th and 6th text messages that triggered the violence at the Capitol Hill. Inspector General cited device placement program as the reason for the deletion. The Department of Homeland Security's internal watchdog has opened a criminal investigation into the destruction of the Secret Service phone text messages related to the January 6th Capitol Hill riots. We're getting you some breaking news that's now coming in. A sensational news break here on Times Now as the ISI has attempted to compromise the probe that's currently underway. It's a big twist to the Islamic plot. Saket is joining us with more details on this. Saket, what are the details that we've gathered? Honey trap plot that has been filed by the police officials. इसमें और क्या जानकारी है?
देखिए, ये जो पूरा मामला है जिसे एसआईटी पटना पुलिस की एसआईटी टीम देख रही है, उससे एक बड़ी जानकारी मिली है। जो हमारे सोर्स, जो पुख्ता सोर्स है, उन्होंने ये जानकारी दी है कि जो एसआईटी टीम फुलवारी शरीफ मामले में जो पीएफआई का एंगल है उसे खंगाल रही है, उस एसआईटी टीम में से एक जो सदस्य है उसको हनी ट्रैप करने की कोशिश की गई। उसको एक फोन कॉल आया और उसके बाद किसी महिला ने उससे लगातार 2-3 दिन तक कांटेक्ट किया, लेकिन जब एसआईटी के जो हेड हैं उनको इसकी जानकारी उनके पास पहुंची, जो हमारे सोर्स बता रहे हैं, फिर उस नंबर को उस सदस्य, जो एसआईटी टीम का सदस्य था, उससे लिया गया और उसे जब जांच पड़ताल उस नंबर की गई तो पता चला ये नंबर जो है वो पाकिस्तान से है। और ये जानकारी मिल रही है कि आईएसआई के जो सदस्य हैं उनके द्वारा ये नंबर हैंडल किया जा रहा था। उस नंबर से उसे ट्रैप करने की कोशिश की गई। तो एक बड़ा, कह सकते हैं, खुलासा हुआ है कि जिस तरह से पीएफआई का केस पटना एसआईटी देख रही है उसमें ये हनी ट्रैप का मामला आया है। जो सोर्स बेस्ड इंफॉर्मेशन टाइम्स नाउ के पास आया है, इसमें सीधे तौर से अब जो पाकिस्तान के जो खुफिया एजेंसी है जो वो अब इसमें इन्वॉल्व है और यहाँ पर एसआईटी टीम को भी कहीं ना कहीं टारगेट करने की कोशिश हो रही है। उनको अपने उनसे जो इंफॉर्मेशन है वो लेने की कोशिश आईएसआई जैसी जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो कर रही है।
Saket, stay on with us. So the information coming in is that an attempt was made to honey trap one of the SIT members, even as the probe is going on. So an attempt that has been made to sabotage the probe that's currently underway. Saket, और कोई details हैं कि ये जो फोन किया गया था पाकिस्तान से आया है ये फोन, and there's an ISI link to it. What are the police officials saying?
देखिए, बिल्कुल अभी तक पुलिस इस पर खुलकर कुछ भी नहीं कह रही है, लेकिन हमारे टाइम्स नाउ का जो पुख्ता सोर्स है वो इस बात को कह रहा है कि जो हनी ट्रैप करने की कोशिश की गई, जिस एसआईटी मेंबर को फोन आया था पाकिस्तान के एक नंबर से, 92 कोड के साथ ये नंबर था और उससे लगातार कॉल 4 दिनों तक उसे आया और उससे इंफॉर्मेशन लेने की कोशिश की गई। पुलिस अभी फिलहाल चूंकि इस पूरे मामले को काफी गंभीरता से पुलिस देख रही है और एसआईटी कोई भी मैसेज बाहर करने के इसमें नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी जो हमारे सोर्स जो है वो जो एसआईटी के अंदर है उन्होंने हमें ये जानकारी दी है कि पाकिस्तान का जो आईएसआई है वो अब इस पूरे मामले में इन्वॉल्व हो गया है और उसने हनी ट्रैप करने की कोशिश की पटना पुलिस की एसआईटी टीम को, ताकि यहां से जो मैसेज है वो निकलकर सामने आए कि आखिर जो इस पीएफआई केस में जो पूछताछ चल रही है उस पूछताछ में क्या कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन आया है, ये जानने की कोशिश के लिए ये तमाम चीजें चल रही थी। एक बड़ा, कह सकते हैं, खुलासा टाइम्स नाउ के हाथ आया है कि किस तरह से एसआईटी टीम के मेंबर को अब टारगेट किया जा रहा है, उन लोगों से इंफॉर्मेशन लेने के लिए उसे हनी ट्रैप किया जा रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल। साकेत, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस विद दोस डिटेल्स। डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैव शोन PFI's plot to make India an Islamic state by 2047. Now sources indicating that they're also trying to derail the probe that's going on, with attempts being made to even honey trap one of the officials. We're shifting our focus now to another big breaking news now coming in. Salman Khan meeting the police commissioner in Mumbai. It was just a courtesy visit to the new commissioner. He met the police commissioner in the office for about 20 minutes. Shweta is joining us over the phone line with more details on this. Shweta, Salman Khan visiting the police commissioner's visit, that of course led to a lot of speculations, but clarification now coming in that this was just a courtesy call.
Well, absolutely. Salman Khan has visited Mumbai Commissioner's office and he stayed there for 20 minutes. Now speculations are being made whether this was just a courtesy meeting with the new CP of Mumbai or it was more extended, as we know for the fact that there's also the Sidhu Moosewala case which just happened and the letter thread which Salman Khan himself received, and Lawrence Bishnoi angle as well. And it is being, as per our sources, we're also learning that in this 20 minutes of meeting, it has been stated that after a courtesy meeting, somewhere down the lines, it was also stated about Salman Khan's own security and all these things making a big question mark about the 20 minutes meeting with the new CP of Mumbai, Mr. Vivek Pansalkar. In this, it has been also said that it was pre-decided by Salman Khan to meet the new CP and he stayed there for at least 15 to 20 minutes. And He came down, all the media tried asking him the reason of being there, but he didn't answer any of the question and he left. So yes, a very important development as far as Salman Khan is concerned. Just a short while back, he met the new Speaker of Mumbai and he left.
Okay, all right. Shweta, thank you for joining us with those details. Either the visuals of Salman Khan just exiting the police commissioner's office. The meeting is said to have lasted for about 20 minutes. Now the focus on the big story today. Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has made a very crucial announcement. He said he will be vacating his Shikaripura seat to make way for his son Vijayendra to contest from the seat in the 2023 Assembly elections. Addressing a public gathering in his Shikaripura constituency, his stronghold, Yediyurappa urged the people to support his son Vijayendra from the seat and ensure his victory with a massive margin. The announcement is learned to have been made without any consultation with the party and comes at a time when there are speculations that Yediyurappa is miffed with the party high command, that he is being sidelined in the party. The question now is, should the move be seen as Yediyurappa ending his political innings or sending a clear message to the party high command ahead of the assembly polls in the state?
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಹಳೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಒಲವು ಇದೆ, ಬಹಳ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ವಿಜಯೇಂದ್ರ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ.
Well, Times Now also spoke to BSY's son on his father's and his own political future, and he remained evasive when asked about BSY's retirement plans.
ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪಕ್ಷನೂ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಧರಿಸಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್, ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಾರ ತಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಏನಾರ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಾ?
ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಅವತ್ತಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು, ಪೂಜಾ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಲಹೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಕ್ಷ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಅದರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಅವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ಸಂಬಂಧನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರ ಡಿಕ್ಷನರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಹಿಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಮುಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಬಹುಮತದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಸವಾಲನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Let's open this up. Mohan Krishna of the BJP as well as political analyst Dushyant Nagar joining us on the broadcast. Let me ask Mohan Krishna first. How do we look at this statement from Yediyurappa? Because clearly this is not the first time and it rarely ever happens in the BJP that the announcement for the candidature is made before the High Command okays it.
Good evening. The issue is not Mr. Yediyurappa announcing. Issue is that there was a lot of speculation about what is going to be the future of Vijayendra, whether he's going to be a minister, he'll be there in the cabinet, or all these things were there. Today, Mr. Yediyurappa has put an end to all the speculations, saying that he's going to contest in place of him after taking the appropriate permissions and electoral screenings by the party high command. He will put Mr. Vijayendra as the candidate in Shikaripura, is the message. And let me tell you very frankly, Mr. Yediyurappa is not going to retire from the politics. He may take a backseat in electoral politics, but we are very fortunate to have a leader, a kind of a leader like Yediyurappa, a tallest leader, who is there to guide the party and to take the party to the highest level.
Okay, so you're saying he's not hinting at his retirement, but by announcing that his son will contest from there, he has made it very interesting. And this is clearly not the first time something like this had happened. Previously as well, he had announced Vijayendra's name. That was from the Varuna constituency. But at the very last moment, in quite an embarrassment for the BJP, the High Command changed the name at the very last moment. It was embarrassing for Yediyurappa and for the BJP as well. Mr. Dushyant Nagar, how do you look at this? Is it Yediyurappa very clearly giving a message to the High Command? This comes at a time when he's also being sidelined in the party.
देखिए, काफ़ी समय से उनको अनदेखा किया जा रहा है और जब से ये सरकार बनी है, जो अनैतिक तरीके से सरकार बनी है, कांग्रेस के एमएलएज को तोड़ के इन्होंने सरकार बनाई है, ये राज्य को विकास की गति पर नहीं ले जा पा रही है, ये अंतर विरोधों से घिरी हुई है। आप देखिए 2 दिन पहले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे थे कि हमने वंशवाद की राजनीति को समाप्त कर दिया। अरे भाई, आप तो वंशवाद के सबसे बड़े पोषक हो। कौन सा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऐसा सीनियर लीडर है जिसका बेटा या बेटी आज राजनीति में नहीं है? तो ये दोगला चरित्र है इनका, दोगली बात करते हैं, दूसरे लोगों पर सवाल उठाते हैं। आप बताइए 2 दिन पहले आपके प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या कहा था? क्या कहा था वंशवाद के ऊपर? आप दूसरों के ऊपर सवाल उठाते हैं। आपके यहाँ सारे के सारे बड़े बाप के बेटे हैं। क्या इस देश में आप क्या करना चाहते हैं? लोकतंत्र को खत्म करना चाहते हैं।
Political blame game over the same continues. Dynasty, not dynasty, that continues. But it looks like an internal rift within the BJP. That's the question coming in. Whether Yediyurappa is now giving this message to the High Command, whether this will end up embarrassing the High Command, because Yediyurappa has already made that announcement. Thanking both our guests for joining us on the broadcast. We're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
get you some other updates from across the world. Dinesh Gunawardena has been sworn in as the new Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. His appointment comes a day after six-time Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe was sworn in as the President of Sri Lanka. Shocking triple murder took place in the police quarters in Jamshedpur. Bodies of a woman constable, her mother and daughter were found at the quarters made for the staff in the police line. Forensic team has been sent to the spot for further investigation. CBSE released the result of Class 12th earlier in the day. 92.71% of the students passed the Class 12 board exams. The girls outshone the boys with overall pass percentage of 94.54%, while the boys secured 91.25%. Continuing to extend a helping hand to Amarnath Yatra pilgrims, personnel of ITBP administered oxygen to 2,000 plus pilgrims so far. More than 2.20 lakh people have visited the holy cave till now. Time for a short break now, but don't go anywhere. My colleague Siddharth joins you on the other side.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
Breaking ground, I'm Siddharth Talia. Now, while the opposition politicizes the Prime Minister's Har Ghar Tiranga pitch, young girls from Jammu are now sending a stern message to the opposition. These Jammu girls have taken out a mobile Tiranga Yatra rally to raise the tricolour at Lal Chowk and then hoist the national flag at Kargil Heights as well, where hundreds of our soldiers were martyred in 1999 during the conflict with Pakistan. These girls have sent a strong message now to members of the opposition who've been raising serious questions about this entire campaign. They're basically saying that our brave hearts and their memory cannot be insulted and that the tricolour should not be politicized. Watch this special report that's been sent in by my colleague Pradeep Datta from Jammu and Kashmir.
At a time when opposition is trying to politicize Har Ghar Tiranga, you can see these young girls from Jammu region, they are trying to set an example. They are trying to set an example of patriotism. They have taken out a Tiranga rally. On these bikes, they'll be going to Kashmir Valley. At Lal Chowk, they'll be raising Tiranga. And from there, they'll be moving towards Kargil Heights. Same Kargil Heights where our brave hearts sacrificed their lives. They were able to take out all those Pakistani soldiers who were entrenched inside those bunkers. So they will be going, saluting those brave hearts, remembering their supreme sacrifice, and also sending a message loud and clear to opposition party leaders. This is something not to be politicized, because what hurts them more is when somebody tries to politicize valor of troops, when somebody tries to politicize this tricolour, because they feel that tricolour is not fluttering because of the blowing winds. Tricolour is fluttering because of the supreme sacrifice of soldiers. Let's speak to them. We have got Preeti Chaudhary with us. She is the one who is leading this bikers rally. क्या लगा आपको, क्या था वो, what led you to go for this rally?
When the matter is about our country, it is about our flag, the energy, the vibe, the valor, the sacrifice which our soldiers have made during 19 and 1999, during Kargil war. It is unmatchable when we Indians, every citizen of our country, every young citizen, my sisters, my brother, hold equal value, equal emotions about this.
What is your message to those political party leaders who are once again trying to politicize this Har Ghar Tiranga?
Don't mess with the new India. Don't mess with Narendra Modi ji. Just remember about surgical strike and don't even dare to talk anything.
Don't mess with new India, because this is a new India, new Indians, new thought process, and that thought process is that they can do anything for the country.
I'm being joined by Pradeep Datta now live. Pradeep, a very strong message being sent out by those women who are embarking on this adventure to hoist the Tiranga atop Lal Chowk and eventually at the Kargil Heights as well. A message very strong in symbolism. Tell us a bit about their backgrounds, their diverse backgrounds, who they are.
So diverse background, if I have to talk about, some of them are students, some of them are employees, and some of them are social workers, and they have decided, all of them started, they came together, they decided that this time they will be taking out a rally, Tiranga rally. They will be going from Jammu towards the Lal Chowk, where they will be hoisting Tiranga, and then after that they will be going towards the Kargil region, where we saw that hundreds of soldiers sacrificed their lives to ensure that not a single inch of land is taken by Pakistan, to safeguard the integrity, security and safety of the country. And that's one of the reasons I think they are very angry when I asked them a question about the politicization of the Har Ghar Tiranga by some of the political party leaders. They said they should understand one thing: don't mess up with this thing, because it's not about Tiranga. When we talk about Tiranga, it's about emotions, it's about sentiments, about the 1.3 billion Indian, and it's also like rubbing salt on the wounds of family members of all those martyrs who sacrificed their lives. Because when we see Tiranga fluttering, or when we see Tiranga moving, it's because of the supreme sacrifice of those soldiers who stood like a rock on the border, took bullets bullets on their body, who stood like a wall in the hinterland involved in the counter-terror operation. That's what they have to understand. I think this is something what our political party leaders, this has become a standard operation procedure, because when the surgical strike was conducted, they called it a surgical strike. When the Galwan attack took place, they started asking questions. This doubter can keep on asking questions, and today also, when the Prime Minister tweeted about this thing, that this is going to deepen connect between the people of India and our Tiranga, I think they have to understand that emotion
Absolutely,
and sentiment.
a very strong message, Pradeep, and I'm sure you'll be tracking their journey very closely. We'll in fact await the moment where they end up hoisting the flag above Lal Chowk and eventually on the Kargil Heights as well. Thank you for that update and that report. Now, politics has continued to play out on this particular event ever since the Prime Minister made this a campaign, and opposition parties have in fact questioned the BJP over what they call is its hypocrisy. They've even questioned the push for China-made flags, as well as the silence on the part of the Bharatiya Janata Party over the RSS not hoisting the national flag, the tricolour, for a period of 52 years between 1950 and 2002. The opposition has raised serious questions now of the BJP and made this entire campaign into a political event.
We are not playing politics. We are simply telling him that you have no moral high ground to talk about the national flag, because you and your ideologue boycotted the national flag for 52 long years. It's not a span of time like 2 years or something. 52 long years. The RSS headquarters never hoisted the flag. They considered it inauspicious and things like that. You're shutting down enterprises that make the Khadi flag. It's very rich. That hypocrisy is a word that the Prime Minister is using.
RSS headquarters कब तिरंगा झंडा अपना ऑफिस में लहराया, कब लहराया? मेरा क्वेश्चन है बीजेपी लीडरशिप को, पहले आरएसएस का घर घर में जाके तिरंगा लहराइए, बाकी आरएसएस छोड़ के सारे हिंदुस्तानी का घर में तिरंगा लहरा हुआ है फ्रॉम डे वन। अरे ये तो हम लोग जो किया है पीएम मोदी वही कर रहा है। पहले से अलीम उलमाओं ने जो किया है, तिरंगा झंडा लेके घर घर में पहुंचा दिया, आज 70 साल बाद मोदी जी ये कर रहा है।
पहली बात यह है कि पॉलिटिक्स में पहली दफ़ा मैं देख रहा हूं कि तिरंगे के ऊपर राजनीति हो रही है, और तिरंगे के ऊपर राजनीति वो कर रहे हैं जिन्होंने तिरंगा को कभी अपनाया ही नहीं। यहाँ इश्यूज तो और भी है ना, इशू तो महंगाई है, इशू तो बेरोजगारी है। ये लोगों की तवज्जो डाइवर्ट करने के लिए तिरंगे की तरफ ले गया। तो तिरंगा जो ऐसी कोई चीज़ है नहीं, बिल्कुल ड्रामाबाजी है। ये क्या नाम है, नेशनलिज्म, इससे नहीं चलेगा। नेशनलिज्म चलेगा जम्मू कश्मीर में अगर तिरंगा है तो तिरंगा, इसके बगैर भी हर एक आदमी अपने घर से खुद झंडा बना के अपने घर में ले।
Now, the opposition parties have claimed that they don't require a certificate of nationalism coming from the BJP. The BJP has also responded to this with the Union Minister Kiren Rijiju saying that the Congress party has completely run out of ideas, and that this opposition to what the BJP seeks to campaign for reflects a sense of bankruptcy of ideas on the part of the Congress party. Let's listen to what Mr. Rijiju said.
The Congress party do not have any agenda at hand. No agenda, no issue, no business at their hands. That is why they are raising all irrelevant issues which are actually detrimental to the national interest. I mean, the Congress party, you know, rather than giving a supporting role to do any honor for the country, they will always be dismissive of any attempts or any steps to galvanize patriotism, nationalism in the country. The Congress party, I think they are completely bankrupt.
Now, turning our attention to what's been happening on the political front following the election of Draupadi Murmu to the post of President. She bagged 64% of the votes to become the 15th President of India. Now, the opposition has to do some introspection here, not for the fact that their candidate, which is Yashwant Sinha, lost that election, but the fact that several of their members have decided to cross-vote and vote in favor of the NDA nominee. As many as 126 MLAs across 18 states have cross-voted. This also includes 17 members of parliament, and the biggest victim of this appears to be now the Congress party, where at least across 5 states, 39 Congress MLAs, as per various reports and estimates, have gone against the party lines. In the state of Assam, the Congress itself has admitted that legislators have backed Murmu. The lack of unity was also exposed in some of the other states, including the states of Chhattisgarh as well, and also the state of Jharkhand. And this was also most felt in the state of Assam and also partially in the state of Haryana. 11 MLAs from the opposition ranks also threw in their lot with Draupadi Murmu, where the Congress only has 2 MLAs. It's also suspected that some members of the Samajwadi Party may have also voted for Draupadi Murmu. Let's also listen into this reaction coming in from Assam.
It is very unfortunate that in spite of the possibility of getting 37 votes, the opposition candidate in presidential elections in Assam got only 20 votes. And we Congress had 24 members. So it is apparent that at least 4 of our colleagues did not vote. And it may be more if the other parties claim that they have voted for the opposition candidate, then it may be 4, 5, 6, 7, I don't know the number, and it is a secret ballot. But it is very unfortunate that opposition MLAs, due to lack of development in the constituencies, has fallen to a trap of the Chief Minister.
I'm joined by NCP MP Supriya Sule. Ma'am, are there really cracks in the opposition? Yesterday TMC has backed out, saying that we are going to abstain from voting for Margaret Alva.
Oh, why should it be cracks? I think you should look at it as a far more democratic front. It's not something where allies have to suffer or just go along or pulled along or tortured along by the main opposition. So I think it's a very unfair statement. I think it's a democratic process. And why do you call it cracks? It shows what a beautiful Indian democracy is, and the entire opposition is following the constitution, while the people in power today are not following the constitution. That is the sad part.
One last question. We are seeing the Prime Minister and the Home Minister asking people to put hoist flag outside their residence from 13th of August to 15th of August. While the opposition is saying that why there is no discussion on inflation, why this post-nationalism?
No, I think putting up a flag, we all do it, and this is not his doing. I stand corrected. I think Mr. Jindal fought the case, who is in the Congress party, to give.
Let me go across now to Nibir Deka, who's joining us live from Assam. Nibir, the Congress party spokesperson there from Assam says that at least 4 MLAs belonging to the party may have cross-voted. The overall number that's been put out is actually 22. How many of them are suspected to be members of the Congress party? Because 4 clearly is an underestimate.
Well, there might be more than 4 Congress MLAs who have voted for Draupadi Murmu, because we earlier spoke with the AIUDF and the other opposition parties, and they have clearly stated that they have voted for Yashwant Sinha. Well, Yashwant Sinha has received 20 votes out of 100 votes that have been casted. And if these numbers are true, then there might be more than at least 4 votes that has been casted for Draupadi Murmu by the Congress MLAs, and that is a clear indication that there has been a cracks in the opposition unity in Assam, and as well as evident in the rest of the country.
And thanks a lot for that, Nipir, and we'll of course see how this pans out in Assam, because the question of the unity of the Congress very much remains in that particular state. Now, the lack of unity has been exposed not just in Assam but across different parts of the country. In as many as 18 states, there were instances of cross-voting with as many as 126 MLAs being involved. The opposition, however, for the time being, appears to be in denial.
इस चुनाव के समय भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कुछ नेताओं का दावा था कि एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के विधायक क्रॉस वोटिंग करेंगे, लेकिन जब आंकड़े सामने आए तो हमें दिख रहा है कि एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के किसी भी विधायक ने क्रॉस वोटिंग नहीं की। हमारे सारे विधायकों ने हमारे उम्मीदवार श्री यशवंत सिन्हा जी को ही मतदान किया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का यह प्रयास है कि महाराष्ट्र में एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के विधायक फूटे, उनमें गुट पड़ जाए, लेकिन हमारे सारे विधायक हमारे साथ हैं।
मध्य प्रदेश में वैसे भी दलों की सीमाओं से उठ के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अलावा भी कई विधायक मित्रों ने अपनी अंतर आत्मा की आवाज पर द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को वोट दिया है। मैं सारे विधायक साथियों को जो बीजेपी के नहीं है लेकिन मुर्मू जी को वोट किया है, उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं।
Let me go across to Mohit Sharma, Mohit Bhatt, in fact, who's joining us for more on this. Mohit, we just heard Shivraj Singh Chauhan, in fact, take a jibe at the Congress in a certain way by claiming that many of the MLAs have voted with their conscience, which basically means that they voted for Murmu. What really explains the extent of cross-voting that we've seen in the ranks of the opposition across as many as 18 states in the country?
Well, you see, the candidature of Draupadi Murmu was seen as a masterstroke by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, since her name was being announced by the Bharatiya Janata Party, we saw the host of opposition parties coming out and they rallied support to Draupadi Murmu, given the fact that she comes from a very humble background and also she comes from a tribal community, and also she has faced all the hardships in her life and she has reached to this particular point. And then we saw that the BJD, JMM, TDP, YSRCP, Shiv Sena, they all rallied behind Draupadi Murmu. Now we know for a fact that how various leaders of the opposition parties, they believe that the cross-voting could happen this time around because people voted for Draupadi Murmu given the fact she comes from a tribal community, and that is why in Assam itself many of the Congress MLAs have voted for her, and this was the allegation that was leveled by AIDUF MLA on the day of voting, that around 15 MLAs of the Congress party have voted for Draupadi Murmu. Now according to the reports, and Prahlad Joshi, while speaking to Times Now, also stated that around 100 MLAs and 17 Member of Parliament have cross-voted in these elections.
Absolutely,
so
Mohit, that's a staggering number, and of course we'll keep getting reactions to this. We'll slip into a short break for the time being. We'll see you shortly on the other side with more news. Stay tuned. quick roundup of national news. Country's third monkeypox case has been confirmed in a 35-year-old man who returned to Mallappuram from the United Arab Emirates. He was admitted with fever at the Manjari Medical College Hospital and later he began showing symptoms of monkeypox. His family and close contacts are also under observation. Thousands of people, including tribals from various communities, gathered in front of Draupadi Murmu's residence in Rairangpur town in Odisha to celebrate her victory. Clad in colourful traditional attires, men and women danced to the beats of the drums and tribal music. A fire broke out at a factory building on Lawrence Road in New Delhi. 25 tenders were immediately dispatched to the spot. No injuries or casualties have been reported in the incident so far. The DGCA has amended rules to empower the disabled. Now the airlines can no longer deny boarding a person with disability on its own without a doctor examining the person and stating that the said passenger's health may deteriorate during the journey. Slipping now into a very short break. See you on the other side with more news and headlines. Stay tuned.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Times now. I'm Kritsween Walia, and before we move on to the big story we're debating this evening, let's quickly take you through the top 50 updates we're tracking. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena has recommended a probe into Kejriwal government's excise policy 2021-22 over alleged violation of rules and procedural lapses. BJP has targeted Delhi Sarkar over its excise policy, accused the Delhi government of issuing tenders to illegal vendors. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal also countered BJP's charges. Alleged conspiracy by the BJP, said Sisodia is an honest man working for the people. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia rebutted the BJP's charges, said Prime Minister Modi is jealous of Arvind Kejriwal, alleged conspiracy by the BJP. Congress's Delhi chief Anil Chaudhary also questioned Arvind Kejriwal's hypocrisy, said Kejriwal opposed liquor mafia in 2013 but failed to question his own MLA. Congress's Alka Lamba hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party over the ongoing liquor row and demanded a CBI probe into the matter. BJP MP Hans Raj Hans reacted on the liquor row, made a sexist comment, said women will now drink as well. Fight over Kejriwal's Singapore invitation escalates. LG returns proposal for Kejriwal's visit to Singapore. Kejriwal remains defiant, says will go ahead with the trip. Chief Minister sought MEA not to attend Singapore summit. The Aam Aadmi Party has alleged Prime Minister stopping Arvind Kejriwal and insulting Delhi. The BJP has also rebutted Aam Aadmi Party's charges against the Prime Minister, has questioned as to why the Chief Minister wants to go to a mayor's summit. Meanwhile, Kerala State Commission for Protection of Child Rights says boys and girls only school must cease to exist starting 2023-24 academic year. The Child Rights Commission also said girls and boys only schools must be converted into co-ed or mixed schools, says move to ensure gender equality in schools. CPI MP Binoy Viswam has welcomed the decision, says it will make both boys and girls understand each other better. RJD is also batted for co-ed schools reform in Kerala. Mrityunjay Tiwari has said it is a beneficial reform and avoids discrimination. The Supreme Court has refused to entertain a plea by father of the schoolgirl who died, but granted liberty to father to approach the Madras High Court to bring all information to their notice. Madras High Court has directed a team of doctors from Puducherry's Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research to analyze the autopsy report of Class 12 girl student in Tamil Nadu's Kalakurchi. DJC has amended rule to empower the disabled, says specially abled passengers cannot be denied boarding. Ajmer Dargah cleric Gauhar Chishti is remanded to 14-day judicial custody. Vindication for Yogi Sarkar as the Supreme Court has accepted 3-member panel report in the Vikas Dubey encounter probe. The Supreme Court has closed Vikas Dubey encounter probe after accepting the panel report. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi appealed to all citizens to strengthen the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign for the upcoming Independence Day celebrations by hoisting the tricolour at their homes. Soon after Prime Minister's Tiranga appeal, politics played out as the Congress targeted the BJP, calling it hypocrisy of the Saffron Party. Samajwadi Party leader ST Hassan also hit out at the BJP and said hoisting Tiranga is not enough, must stop communal politics. A united opposition hit out at Prime Minister Modi. CPIM's Hana Mullah said the people don't need patriotism certificate from the Prime Minister. While opposition politicizes Prime Minister Har Ghar Tiranga pitch, Jammu girls also could be seen taking out a bike rally to raise tricolour at the Lal Chowk in Kargil Heights. The wife of a deceased contractor Santosh Patil has questioned the police over the probe, says she too will name KS Yediyurappa in her death note if it came down to that. Remember, contractor Santosh Patil's brother has also said he will approach the police in a couple of days and also approach the court, has accused the cops of not informing the family ahead of clean chit to KS Yediyurappa. Former RDPR minister has said Congress is politicizing the matter and has accused the family of defaming him. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP stalwart B.S. Yediyurappa has also said to vacate his seat for his son. Now, B.Y. Vijendra will be contesting from Shikaripur Assembly constituency. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has dismissed speculations that he was being sidelined by the party and has vowed not to let the Congress attain power in Karnataka. Sources have confirmed to Times Now that PFI's honey trap bid was foiled. Radical group has allegedly tried to honey trap SIT sleuth investigating the case. A number allegedly belonged to the ISI. A month after threat letter from Lawrence Bishnoi, actor Salman Khan met the Mumbai top cop for over 20 minutes. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel launched the logo of 36 National Games in Gandhinagar today. After a gap of 7 years, the National Games will be held in Gujarat in September. Adose Paul became the first Indian to qualify for the triple jump final at the World Championship with an effort of 16.68 meters. He will play for finals on Sunday. Meanwhile, Neeraj Chopra and Rohit Yadav enter the javelin throw finals of World Athletics Championship. India has reported its third Monkeypox case today, all 3 cases from Kerala. A massive forest fire broke out in the Kandi forest area in West Bengal's Murshidabad district this morning. Fire tenders were thereafter rushed to the spot. Fire also broke out at a factory building on Lawrence Road of the national capital. 25 fire tenders were dispatched to the spot. No injuries or casualties were reported in the incident. Slight improvement in Assam flood situation, but the number of affected people due to the deluge have increased to 17,200 across 4 districts of the state. Former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu lashed out at Jagan Mohan Reddy over his failure to deal with the flood situation in the east and west Godavari districts. Roof collapse kills a family of 4 in Punjab's Patiala. Heavy rains triggered the collapse when the family members were asleep. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde convened a meeting at Mantralayam on the flood situation in various parts of Maharashtra. District collectors, Zilla Parishad chief executive officers and police superintendent were also present. Rains trigger a flood-like situation in Madhya Pradesh as well. Several parts of the state face waterlogging. Water level of Narmada River has also seen a rise in Madhya Pradesh's Dindori district. Rain has brought respite to residents of the national capital. IMD has predicted the continuation of light to moderate rainfall in the region. US President Joe Biden tested positive for COVID-19. He's experiencing mild symptoms and will continue working. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wished United States President Joe Biden speedy recovery from COVID-19. Russian shelling destroyed schools in Karnataka. The 3 bodies, in fact, were recovered from the rubble. And a raid Donald Trump demanded to be taken to the Capitol after the supporters had laid siege on the January of 6th. US Secret Service allegedly deleted January 5th and 6th text messages that triggered violence at the Capitol Hill. Inspector General cited device replacement program as the reason for the deletion. Department of Homeland Security's internal watchdog opened a criminal investigation into the destruction of Secret Service phone text messages related to the 6th of January Capitol Hill riots. And shifting our focus to the big story we're tracking this evening. Now, this has turned out to be a big political debate. The new excise policy introduced by the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital has become the latest flashpoint between Arvind Kejriwal and the centre. Now, the face-off comes after Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena recommended a CBI probe to look into the amended policy based on a Delhi Chief Secretary's report filed earlier this month, citing lapses. Now, that's what has been said so far by the Lieutenant Governor, who's in fact recommended a CBI probe. What's happening is that this is a case where the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is being accused of extending undue financial favors to the liquor licensees much after the tenders had been awarded, thereby causing huge losses to the exchequer and allegedly benefiting private liquor barons. The ultimate charge is that of a quid pro. Now, this certainly involves the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party is at the center of it all. In the eye of the storm, the Delhi government has hit out for the allegations leveled by the BJP at the party for scripting fake cases against them. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has slammed the Saffron Party and has said that the BJP is jealous of Aam Aadmi Party, especially after their big electoral success in Punjab.
ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं। ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं, जैसे हम भ्रष्ट हैं ये भी वैसे ही हैं, ये भी भ्रष्टाचारी हैं। पर दुनिया इनके यकीन नहीं कर रही। दुनिया खुद ही कह रही है कि झूठे केस लगा रहे हैं। पहले ये तय किया जाता है कि किस आदमी को जेल भेजना है और फिर उसके खिलाफ एक मनगढ़ंत झूठा केस बनाया जाता है और उसे जबरदस्ती जेल भेजा जाता है। एक नया सिस्टम हमारे देश के अंदर अब लागू हुआ है। पूरा का पूरा केस बिल्कुल झूठा है, बिल्कुल झूठा है। उसमें रत्ती भर की भी सच्चाई नहीं है। मैं मनीष सिसोदिया को 22 साल से जानता हूं। एक बेहद कट्टर ईमानदार आदमी है, कट्टर देशभक्त आदमी है। जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता। हमें इनको थोड़ा सा ये लोग समझ लें कि इनको लगता होगा तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगी थी। हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं। हम भगत सिंह को अपना आदर्श मानते हैं, जिसने अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया।
25th October 2021, this was a notice issued by Excise Department of Delhi to the companies concerned who were part of the cartelization process in tendering process itself. What happened to this notice? What action was taken? What investigation happened? Without a cabinet note, without an approval, 144.26 crore was waived off from the liquor cartel. There's a company called Khaugali, which is blacklisted company. How was this blacklisted company allowed to participate in the tendering process itself? The manufacturers of the alcohol cannot be the distributors. That's another point in the entire tendering process. In this case, the manufacturers were also the distributors.
So you heard the Delhi Chief Minister, followed by what the Union Minister had to say. Strong exchange of words between the two. Intense political mudslinging that is on between the Aam Aadmi Party and its primary opposition. Listen into more reactions coming in.
Kejriwal decided to change his party's name from Aam Aadmi Party to Ekta Party because all they do is during the COVID time when Delhi needed ration, they had sent millions of thousands of migrants outside Delhi. When Delhi needed oxygen, they did politics on oxygen. So the important thing was at that time also they were willing to open all these liquor shops just because they wanted to make money, and that is which is very unfortunate. And one minister is already in jail, the other one is ready to go.
पिछले 6 सालों में लगातार हम देखते हैं कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम घटते जाते हैं, लेकिन भारत सरकार लगातार पेट्रोल और डीजल पर एक्साइज ड्यूटी लगाकर पेट्रोल और डीजल के दाम बढ़ाती रहती है। और आज आलम कुछ यह है कि पेट्रोल और डीजल 100 रुपए प्रति लीटर का भी जो आंकड़ा है उसे पार कर गया। पेट्रोल और डीजल वो कमोडिटी है जो हर शख्स के जीवन पर डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली प्रभाव डालती है।
आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार कट्टर बेईमान सरकार है। यह शिकायत मैंने सीबीआई को, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब को एक्साइज पॉलिसी के ऊपर दी थी। आज गवर्नर साहब ने जो इसके ऊपर सीबीआई इंक्वायरी इनिशिएट की है, मैं उसके लिए बधाई देता हूं उनको भी और दिल्ली और देश के लोगों को, क्योंकि अब दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा। यह एक्साइज पॉलिसी टेलर मेड थी, कुछ लोगों को बेनिफिट देने के लिए थे। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने चहेतों को काम दिया और यहां तक उनके लिए 12% प्रॉफिट तय किया ताकि 6% उसमें से लिया जा सके।
हम ये आशंका कई दिनों से जता रहे थे, पंजाब की जीत के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आम आदमी पार्टी से और खास तौर पे अरविंद केजरीवाल से काफी घबराए हुए हैं और अरविंद केजरीवाल की बढ़ती हुई प्रसिद्धि से जलन हो रही है। और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि अब दोबारा से वही 2016 वाला स्थिति जो है वो दोबारा आएगी, जब दिल्ली सरकार के हर काम को रोकने की कोशिश की जाएगी।
Well, that's not it, viewers. The two sides are locked in a fresh tussle. Yet another issue that both of them are clashing on. This after the Delhi Lieutenant Governor returned Arvind Kejriwal's proposal for a visit to Singapore to attend a summit there. Now, advising against the visit, Lieutenant Governor pointed out that the conference where Chief Minister has been invited is that of mayors of different cities. He said that the conference will be covering different aspects of urban governance, which in the case of Delhi are addressed by diverse civic bodies ranging from NDMC, MCD and also the DDA. Arvind Kejriwal, however, is adamant and in response to the Lieutenant Governor's letter has asserted that he will go ahead with the visit. Arvind Kejriwal also said it was a matter of pride for all Indians that Delhi model is being recognized world over. The Aam Aadmi Party further alleged that BJP is trying to stop Kejriwal's visit, fearing his growing popularity. So that's the next big debate the two sides are engaged in. Let's quickly listen into what the Chief Minister had to say.
अगर दिल्ली की सरकार को दुनिया की कोई सरकार, सिंगापुर की सरकार दुनिया के लीडर्स के सामने यहाँ के काम को रखना चाहती है, तो इसमें किसी को कैसे आपत्ति हो सकती है। भारत में होने वाले किसी भी राज्य के, वो चाहे किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, अगर किसी सरकार द्वारा किए जा रहे काम से देश और दुनिया के लोग कुछ सीखना चाहते हैं, उसको देखना चाहते हैं, उसमें दिलचस्पी रखते हैं, तो ये तो भारत के लिए गर्व की बात होनी चाहिए, पूरे देश के लिए गर्व की बात होनी चाहिए। लेकिन बहुत ही मीन पॉलिटिक्स के तहत इस तरह की हरकतें की जा रही हैं।
So you heard the Deputy Chief Minister there. I'm quickly going to take this up with our guest joining us this evening. We have Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP with us. Good evening, Charu. Also Manasvi Thapar, political analyst, is with us on this broadcast. Now, if I could come to you, Manasvi, first up. You know, before I let the BJP respond and once again reiterate the allegations it is levelling, we're going to focus firstly on the big charge by the BJP as far as the liquor scam, the alleged liquor scam in the national capital is concerned. The Aam Aadmi Party has come out and said that this is all falsehood. There is no real case here. It's a fake case, just like was in the case of Satyendra Jain, and repeated attempts are being made by the BJP to corner the Aam Aadmi Party. They're going to fail eventually. No one is going to stay in the jail premises. Everyone is going to be able to get out. But the larger question here remains that the BJP has come out with pinpointed questions, 5 main questions that were put out by the BJP earlier in the day, and no answers on those questions that have come in from the Aam Aadmi Party so far.
See, this is what the history of the BJP would say, because since the last 7-8 years when BJP was is in power, they have alleged any kind and all kind of charges against all the opposition leaders. Yesterday it was Sonia Gandhi, today it is Arvind Kejriwal, tomorrow it could be some other opposition leader. But the reality is they file cases through ED, CBI and IT rates. All-time high cases are being filed against opposition leaders. But the reality is, what is the conviction rate? How many people are behind the bars? The reality is they are good at filing cases, they are good at news briefing, giving headlines, but in reality, nothing really comes out. If 140 cases were filed against the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, what happened to that case? Nothing happened. Now another cases are being filed. What is the outcome? We know the truth. There is not going to be any outcome. In the past also, they filed ED case against Naveen Patnaik. Nothing happened. MNS leader Raj Thakre, nothing happened. Akali Dal, nothing happened. PMC, nothing happened. So when people from other political parties join BJP, those kind of cases like Sharda scam, the accused Mukul Roy, when joined BJP, the case was silent. So this is the strategic point. So BJP believe in using power, which they have. They have all the rights to use the power, but in a democracy, you don't come out with cases. If you are so eager to fight
Charu Pragya, now that's a constant narrative that is not just being peddled by the Aam Aadmi Party in this particular case, but has been used by several opposition parties to take on the BJP. Now my question is, while these allegations are being raised, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that this is nothing but the Modi government fearing the growing favorism that Arvind Kejriwal and his party is receiving across the country, not just in the national capital. The Punjab win speaks for itself, and perhaps the BJP is intimidated by it.
So, Christine, did you notice that through all the jargon that was put forward by this political analyst, he did not answer any of the questions that we have asked Our party has asked, that the citizens of Delhi are asking. He had no answer to that. He does not know why a cabinet approval was taken post facto. He does not know where 144 crore have gone, why they have gone to the liquor lobby and not to save the people of Delhi in the middle of the second wave. He does not know why there is a 50 rupee discount on foreign liquor and this money is actually money lost to the exchequer. He does not bother to answer any of this. So, I think the proof of the pudding is in what we can see on your air here. And I think what Kejriwal ji wants to do right now is he wants to run away from the ill doings of all his ministers. Everything has cumulative to a point that it's all falling in. Now we have proof, we've got paperwork, we know exactly what has gone on in the garb of this so-called liquor policy. Pockets are being filled. These pockets belong to the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party and their friends, and because they have no answer, they come up with jargon like this on national television.
You know, there are a couple of important points that the BJP has raised. They've said that answer our questions. To begin with, Manasvi, they've not received answers to a few questions. Some of them being how, without a cabinet nod, 144 crore rupees were waived off conveniently without any sort of a warning being sent out, any sort of a permission being taken. None of that has happened.
Can I just add one thing very quickly to this? May I please?
Yes, Charu Pragya.
No, and you know, it is also the timing of that 144 crore. It is in the middle of the second wave of the pandemic. People were dying. People were suffering. People could have done with medicines, with oxygen, with support on ground. And what was Aam Aadmi Party government busy doing at that point of time? The timing is also critical and inhuman.
Manasvi, would you want to respond to that? The timing is inhuman and critical, says the BJP, and there's a big scam in the liquor trade, and that's leading to huge loss, huge public losses to the public exchequer. So why is it going unanswered? Why is a narrative being built around how the Modi government is fearing the Aam Aadmi Party's growth across?
Now this spokesperson of the BJP made points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, congratulations on winning Punjab, but that's it. Move on.
The problem is whenever someone tries to answer them, they'll interject. So if I have uninterrupted time, because that's the kind of
go ahead, please.
I don't speak over anyone. So this is the first political party in the history of India who's in power and always asking questions. You have all the powers of CBI, CID, raid them and investigate. They'll answer you. But the problem here is when Nishank Pokhriyal ji had to resign because of his corruption cases for a hydroelectrical power project, the ED questioned him, but after that ED is not questioning. Narayan Rane, BJP was questioning him, but when he joined BJP...
Can you answer the questions I asked you? Instead of telling me about every other current event of the world, can you just answer the questions I asked you?
That is your...
No, I can also talk about 10 different topics about the Aam Aadmi Party. Address the questions I have asked.
ED's conviction rate...
Address the questions I have asked. Why are you talking in circles?
Cases are not getting some conclusion. You are not interested in conclusion. You are just here for briefing. You are just here for debate.
So, do notice, Christine, do notice viewers that the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson has no answer. He will talk of everything except give answers to the questions we are asking.
Why is ED not investigating?
Manasvi, you know, the fact remains that the BJP started this morning with those questions, a set of questions that were put out by the BJP repeatedly, saying that all is not well in the national capital as far as the liquor trade is concerned. But once again, if I can quickly bring in Charu Pragya into the conversation once again. Charu Pragya, now Atishi Marlena has also said that, you know, she sat down to count as to how many cases have been filed against various Aam Aadmi Party leaders, and it totaled to around 150. And no serious case has been, proven against any of those 150 people, and the kind of strategy that was adopted by the centre, she said, against Satyendra Jain is the similar strategy being adopted here against the Deputy Chief Minister. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal said soon enough we can expect that he too will be arrested.
No, so Christine, first of all, I want to point out to everybody that the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson is not even addressing the questions we are asking. Point number 2, the judicial custody of the said minister has been extended today. So there is no smoke without fire, I assure you of that. There has been money laundering. He is linked to 4 cases. It's under investigation. Not just him, his wife is involved in those cases. But we have debated that sufficiently in the past. They don't even have parity on how they treat their ministers. So they will sack a minister in Punjab on charges of corruption and go all out to shield another one in Delhi because maybe there is some other nexus which is still going on. At the end of all of that, I just want to say that the ED is an independent body. Let them do their work.
Yes, and that's what the BJP has maintained in each and every case, isn't it, Charu Pragya, that it's an agency that's doing its work and the opposition is just going ahead with these baseless allegations to stop them from doing their work. I'm going to have to leave it at that with both of you, Charu Pragya and Manasvi Thapar. Appreciate you speaking to us, taking out your time on Times Now this evening. Thanks.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You're watching Blueprint Exclusive with me, Meghna Dekha. Right now, we have another mega Times Now exclusive coming your way. We are going to start with some news which is coming in. Times Now has managed to access a remand copy of 16 PFI accused who were arrested by the Hyderabad police on the 7th of July. Now, the remand copy reveals the sinister anti-India plot to establish an Islamist group. In fact, the remand copy reveals just how the accused trained youth to kill by using a knife, and the intent was not just to injure but to kill. They were even given specific training to infiltrate a mob and kill everyone. Let me go across to Shramit, who's joining us with more details from Hyderabad. This is a mega Times Now exclusive, Shramit, but it's very disturbing that PFI, which, remember, several attempts have been made and promises have been made that it will be banned. It has been tagged a radical organization by the NIA, but it still functions with immunity. That its aim, as per the police remand, was to recruit Muslim men and train them to kill.
Well, Meghna, you have to give me a couple of minutes. I'll explain you what exactly happened on 4th of, this month. Initially, a karate master who was also, known and also, master. He was actually arrested by the local Nizamabad police. And after having a source and information that he was training PFI activists from across, Telugu states, both the Telugu states, we can say, from across several districts. And later, following that case, on 6th of this month, again, 3 accused have been arrested, including prime accused, who is also a PFI activist, and his name is Sheikh Sadullah. In his confession to the police, he has clearly stated that there were around 200 PFI activists who were undergoing training in the Nizamabad district of Telangana, and also in these 200 PFI activists there were people coming out from from different districts, even including from Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and even some came from neighboring states. And later after that, police have filed a remand report after these 4 were sent to the judicial remand, and but they have identified 28 PFI activists out of 200, and they have been booked under this FIR, where Nizamabad police have registered against these people for undergoing training. And in this confession and also in this remand report, it is clearly stated. I'd like to read out a few important lines from that remand report. It was stated that there are 15 wings, including SDPI, Campus Front of India, National Women's Front, even other organizations, and on this pretext, the PFI are recruiting Muslim youth and also using them, giving them training, and also feeding them the hate, including the to carry out several activities which are anti-national, anti-social, and also anti-Hindu ideology is being fed to them, and also how to pelt stones, how to use them in the riots across the country whenever, wherever they want. And even we have covered the Bansa riots, and also even we have covered the Kadapa riots, where it was alleged that in Kadapa police came and said that PFI activists were involved in that riots, and even in Bansa it is suspected that these PFI activists are involved, and several other sensational statements are involved, and mainly the PFIs in confession, and also the handbooks which were seized, in which it was clearly mentioned that how to use the stones, how to pelt stones to destabilize the country, and also establish Islamic governance in India as per the Sharia law, and even other sensational statements we can say. In the confession, it was clearly mentioned by Sheikh Sadullah, the main PFI activist who was arrested, stating that the PFI activists are turning this Muslim young youth
to, missiles, and also as, if needed, they will be turned as suicide bombers, and they will be used wherever needed. And these are all statements from the official remand report. And, also it was mentioned in the second handbook which was seized by the Nizamabad police, stating that, we are doing this against kafirs. That means, the people who disbelieve in their religion, in their faith, and we should fight against them, against their ideology. And also it was mentioned that the kafirs, the disbelievers in their faith, they actually try to suppress us and also torture us. And even a verse of Quran was mentioned in that handbook, and that is also mentioned in the remand report. It was clearly stated that the Quran verse 146, Quran Surah Al-Imran, Banu Quraisa, advocating we should be like Mujahid. And it is mentioned that it is nothing but advocating to use violence and that as a weapon. And, turning all these people these Muslims mainly targeting from the poor families, going to the colleges, going to the madrasas, mohallas. These PFI activists are, getting, sourced by these 15 wings, that is, other frontal organizations like SDPI, Campus Front of India, and other organizations, and recruiting, vulnerable youth, we can say, actually, who are staying in vulnerable conditions, who are under BPL, and, luring them by offering several gifts and other things, and, under the pretext of social activities, they are, going into the societies, going into the madrasas, mohallas, colleges, several other places, and then recruiting this Muslim youth and turning them, feeding them the country hate, anti-national hate, we can say, and using them in several other places. And also it was mentioned in the fourth handbook that PFI funding to the people who are booked in the UAPA cases across the country. So this is also a big claim, and now police are also searching for the other accused PFI activists who are involved into this case, because in the confession is stated that 200 PFI activists across different districts from both the Telugu states came to Nizamabad for training, and already 28 PFI activists have been identified and 4 have been arrested as of now.
Well, this is one of the most conclusive remand copies which puts together the entire PFI dossier, the PFI files, and Shomit has managed to access it for us, and it once and for all also furbishes not just allegations and charges against the PFI, but it is backed with confessions, it's backed with handbooks, as well as arrests and arms which were seized by the police that you can see on your screens. Let me go across to Swati. Swati, can you tell us some of the relevant excerpts of the police remand, the entire PFI dossier that we've managed to access?
Right, absolutely. As far as the plot is concerned, there is similarity between what was uncovered in Bihar and this particular remand copy, and it exposes the role of PFI and their agenda. Let me read out the operative part. It says, from the facts and evidence collected so far during the course of investigation, it has been established that the main motive of PFI is recruiting the active Muslim members, train, feed them with hate against the other communities. The ideology of the organization is whose activities are anti-national and anti-social. They are specially imparting training in stone pelting, use of knife to kill anyone at an instance, and destabilizing the country thereby to establish the Islamic governance. You'll find similarity in this particular reference. Their agenda, once again I'm repeating, their agenda is to destabilize the country, to establish the Islamic governance in India as per Shariat law to its cadres. And here are names of the different wings of PFI organization. The SDPI, Social Democratic Party of India, which is the political wing, Campus Front of India, the student wing, National Women Front, the women wing, and so on. Now further, this also says they raise funds in the form of donations from common people and other sources under the guise of social work, charity work, and use the raised funds for their anti-national, anti-social activities, and further use the funds to increase their cadre strength and train their cadre both physically and mind training as well, and expand the reach of their organization to other parts of the state.
So there you have it, the entire PFI dossier here on Times Now. Let me go across to our panelists joining us today, Sushil Pandit, an activist, also Majid Hydari, a political analyst. Majid Hydari, my first question comes along to you. Here on Times Now, we've managed to access the police remand, which cites confessions, booklets which were seized, as well as arms and weapons that we have visuals of. Can it be denied anymore that yes, indeed, this was an anti-India plot by the PFI?
Well, madam, the police remand sounds to be like a document of absurdity.
Because I heard it on your channel only that the police remand says that they were in possession of a Quranic verse. Now, if possession of a Quranic verse
No, it didn't
makes
say that.
somebody a terrorist.
It said that there were verses which were lifted
Yes,
from
from
Quran,
Surah
but then in
Al-Imran,
addition
yes.
to that, they were citing those to
okay,
bleed
let's
India.
presume it-
So let's not
let it be
misconstrue the facts
let it be
here.
any verse. If that is true, then entire community of 20 crore Indian Muslims is supposed to be terrorists.
No, there is no problem with Quranic verses. The problem is when you indoctrinate people, teach young boys from poor backgrounds how to kill. That is the problem.
Yes, I respect you, madam, for this. Then let me remind you, in December 20, between December 19, there was a religious parliament head of the Indian democracy. It was called Dharam. And we never had IA proving that this funding that Dharam. We never had ED checking out this to money laundering. We have never seen an IED question Bajrang. Where they get funded.
There seems to be a bit of an audio problem with that. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a problem with the audio. We are going to get that fixed for Majid Hydari. It seems that, however, he is going into whataboutery. Why not this and why not that? If we are asking you straight questions about this anti-India plot, seems like you are trying to digress from the subject. Till then, let me go across also to Mr. Sushil Pandit. Sushil Pandit, how would you like to react to it? Are there any doubts left? Can we still continue to give cover fire to an organization like PFI?
No, I'm amazed why government hasn't acted so far. It's not been a few years, but ever since its inception, PFI has given enough evidence of it being a terror organization, an extremist organization bent upon creating violence in this country in order to establish an Islamic caliphate. 2010 is when they chopped off the hands of one Professor Thomas in Kerala. And several of the PFI members were convicted for that crime. PFI is known to have recruited people for even ISIS. PFI has been routinely found to be involved in riot after riot. Even Shaheen Bagh was supposed to be funded, as ED found out, through the money trade. They had a hand in Delhi riots also. Their member, in the garb of a journalist, wanted to create feud in Hathras as well and was arrested. I wonder what is keeping government away from banning this organization and clamping down on it. Now, I just heard a logic, I just heard an argument that just because there is a Quranic verse found, which means the entire community should be declared illegal or terror. It is, it's such a facetious argument. It's like saying because Jaish-e-Mohammed has Muhammad name in it, so everyone with Muhammad name in it should become terrorists. Now, when you run out of arguments or logic, you resort to such idiocy. And this should be clear to anyone who's hearing this kind of rationalization and defense of PFI.
Yeah, let's not rationalize what's written in these documents, pamphlets. It's very clear. Indoctrinate and train youth to go out and kill and set up an Islamist state. Majid Hydari, hopefully your audio is a bit better. We may agree or disagree with you. However, are you running out of excuses, as Sushil Pandit says?
Clarified, PFI is a humanitarian organization with Gandhian zeal. But the irony of the country as of now is that from Rahul Gandhi to Sonia Gandhi to these Gandhians, every
What are we discussing here, Majid Hydari? I asked you a straight question about PFI. Go ahead.
No, I am also talking about PFI is a humanitarian organization.
Humanitarian organization.
Yes, it's supposed to be. It's documented that it's a humanitarian organization. But wherever you have a Gandhian or a Gandhi, he is being questioned by ED, and that is what exactly is happening in this case. You have ED question.
What kind of a humanitarian organization teaches how to kill, Majid Hydari?
Madam, one simple logic. My honorable government, my honorable Prime Minister, my honorable Home Minister has said that after the demonetization, money laundering has ended. So how come do we have ED now questioning and probing money laundering?
No one said the demonetization has ended the terror trail. Terror trail is a reality, and that is across the world. And there are FATF also which looks into it. It's global and it's true, and no one said it's ended. Majid Hydari, if you're running out of excuses, let's not try and project PFI as a humanitarian organization after its Workers have been arrested in a very nefarious plot, if it is to be believed, with pamphlets which are teaching poor students from poor backgrounds to kill and maim in the name of a religion. Majid Haidari as well as Sushil Pandit, thank you so much for joining us. We are unfortunately running out of time, but this debate continues right here on Times Now. Exclusive. This is a call-in segment where you, the viewers, can connect with us directly. We're asking you a simple question. Should all education be co-ed education? Would that be a reform? The reason why we ask you that question is because the Child Rights Panel in Kerala has issued orders to make all educational institutions in Kerala co-education. Now, Child Rights Body has directed state officials to formulate a plan within the next 90 days and also implemented by the next academic year. So the panel has backed this move by calling it gender equality in all schools. It has also argued that international studies on co-ed schools had demonstrated that schools would instill mutual respect and also ensure equality with this. Of course, this is something which has been accepted by the left government. However, they have sought for more time to implement it.
Our aim is to give a message to the society to eradicate the gender differences between boys and girls. But this is only a recommendatory in nature. That's not a order. This is only a direction to the government to implement the project to eradicate the gender differences among our boys and girls. Government is keen to implement this project. Government already started to implement in schools to eradicate this the gender issues. Our aim is to protect the constitutional right to equality and before law, and right to equality anywhere in the society. It must be started from school. That is a center of socialization.
ഒരു ദിവസം നമുക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇത്ര സ്കൂൾ മിക്സഡ് എന്ന നിലയിൽ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയില്ല. ചില നടപടിക്രമങ്ങൾ പൂർത്തീകരിക്കാനുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നിർദ്ദേശിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന മാനദണ്ഡങ്ങൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ഒന്ന് അവിടുത്തെ പാരന്റ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് അസോസിയേഷൻ തീരുമാനിക്കണം. തദ്ദേശ സ്വയംഭരണ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൻ്റെ തീരുമാനം വേണം. ഈ തീരുമാനം എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഈ തീരുമാനം എടുത്തതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഒരു ആശയക്കുഴപ്പം ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള വ്യത്യസ്ത അഭിപ്രായം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതുകൂടി പരിഗണിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമേ തീരുമാനം എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പാടുള്ളൂ.
However, some have called the move unnecessary and a violation of fundamental rights of minority institutions.
ये इशू ही नहीं है, इसको इशू क्यों बना रहा है? क्या कॉमन स्कूल में नहीं ले क्या पढ़ती है? दुनिया भर का कॉमन स्कूल में लड़का लड़की एक साथ बैठ के पढ़ती है. कोई वुमेन का अलग से होता है. इंसिस्ट करने के लिए, एक परसेप्शन क्रिएट करने के लिए वुमेन एजुकेशन में हमारा देश पीछे था, इसलिए ये एक स्टार्ट किया था. ये तो गवर्नमेंट का भी वुमेन कॉलेज है.
Kerala State Commission for Protection of Child Rights has come up with a major recommendatory order sending to the General Education Department, asking them to implement that all the exclusive boys and girls schools should be stopped from next year onwards, that is from next academic year starting from 2023-24 onwards, and to ensure that from here on it will be only co-education.
So this is a call-in show, so you, the viewer, can connect with us directly. You can simply call us on the numbers there flashing at the bottom of your screens. Our first caller is from Guwahati. Go ahead, Abhinav. What would you like to say?
Well, I think it's a very right move from the left government in the Kerala, because I think it's unnatural to segregate genders. I will not go into minority rights, but it's extremely important that they know how to coexist. That's it.
So you think that this is going to be a reform? So that's very interesting. Our first viewer has called in and said that it's important to have this kind of a reform, and instead of having boys only and girls only schools, it's important that we teach gender equality and mutual respect from a very early age. Well, unfortunately, we've run out of time. Thank you so much for watching this show.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Wants to Know. I'm Kritsween Walia, and before we dive deep into the big debate we're tracking this evening, first up, the top stories for you. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena has recommended a probe into the Kejriwal government's Excise Policy 21-22 over alleged violation of rules and procedural lapses. BJP targets Delhi Sarkar over its excise policy, accuses Delhi government of issuing tenders to illegal vendors. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal counters BJP's charges, alleges conspiracy by the BJP, says Sisodia is an honest man working for the people. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia rebuts BJP's charges, says Prime Minister Modi is jealous of Arvind Kejriwal, alleges conspiracy by the BJP. Congress Delhi Chief Anil Chaudhary questions Kejriwal's hypocrisy, says Kejriwal opposed liquor mafia in 2013 but failed to question his own MLA. Congress's Alka Lamba hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party over the ongoing liquor row and demanded a CBI probe into the matter. BJP MP Hansraj Hans reacts on liquor row, makes a sexist comment, says women will now drink as well. Fight over Kejriwal's Singapore invitation escalates. Lieutenant Governor returns proposal for Kejriwal's visit to Singapore. Kejriwal defiant, says will go ahead with the trip. Chief Minister seeks MEA not to attend Singapore summit. Aam Aadmi Party alleges Prime Minister stopping Kejriwal and insulting Delhi. BJP rebutted Aam Aadmi Party's charges against the Prime Minister, questioned why the Chief Minister wants to go for a mayor summit. Kerala State Commission for Protection of Child Rights says boys and girls only school must cease to exist starting the next academic year. The Child Rights Commission also said girls and boys only schools must be converted into co-ed or mixed schools, says move to ensure gender equality in schools. CPI MP Binoy Viswam welcomes decision, says it will make both boys and girls understand each other better. RJD bats for co-ed schools reform in Kerala. Mrityunjay Tiwari says it's a beneficial reform and avoids discrimination. The Supreme Court has refused to entertain a plea by father of schoolgirl who died but granted liberty to the father to approach the Madras High Court to bring all information to their notice. Madras High Court directed a team of doctors from Puducherry's Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research to analyze the autopsy report of the class 12 girl student in Tamil Nadu's Kalakurchi. The DGCA has amended rule to empower the disabled, says specially able passengers cannot be denied boarding. Meanwhile, Ajmer Dargah cleric Gaur Chishti remanded to 14-day judicial custody. Vindication for Yogi Sarkar as Supreme Court accepts 3-member panel report in Vikas Dubey encounter probe. Supreme Court closes Vikas Dubey encounter probe after accepting the panel report. Prime Minister Modi appealed to all citizens to strengthen the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign for the upcoming Independence Day celebrations by hoisting the tricolour at their homes. Soon after Prime Minister's Tiranga appeal, politics played out as the Congress targeted the BJP, calling it hypocrisy of the Saffron Party. Samajwadi Party leader S.T. Hassan also hit out at the BJP and said hoisting Tiranga is not enough, must stop communal politics. A united opposition hit out at Prime Minister Modi. CPIM's Hanamullah said that people don't need a patriotism certificate from the Prime Minister. While opposition politicizes Prime Minister's Har Ghar Tiranga pitch, Jammu girls take out bike rally to raise tricolour at Lal Chowk and Kargil Heights. Wife of deceased contractor Santosh Patil questions the police over the probe, says she too will name K.S. Yediyurappa in her death note if it came down to that. Remember, contractor Santosh Patil's brother has also said he will approach the police in a couple of days and also approach the court, has accused the cops of not informing the family ahead of clean chit to K.S. Yediyurappa. Former RDPR minister says Congress is politicizing the matter and accused the family of defaming him. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and BJP stalwart B.S. Yediyurappa is set to vacate his seat for son B.Y. Vijendra to contest from Shikarpur Assembly constituency. Former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has dismissed speculations, though, that he was being sidelined by the party and vowed not to let Congress attain power in Karnataka. Sources have confirmed to Times Now that PFI's honey trap bid was foiled. Radical group allegedly tried to honey trap SIT sleuth. Investigating the case, number allegedly belonged to the ISI. A month after threat letter from Lawrence Bishnoi, actor Salman Khan met Mumbai top cop for over 20 minutes. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel launched the logo of 36 National Games in Gandhinagar today. After a gap of 7 years, the National Games will be held in Gujarat in the month of September. Elders Paul became the first Indian to qualify for the triple jump final at the World Championship. With an effort of 16.68 meters, he will play for finals on Sunday. Neeraj Chopra and Rohit Yadav have also entered the javelin throw finals of World Athletics Championship. Meanwhile, India has reported its third monkeypox case today. All three cases so far from the state of Kerala. 68th National Film Awards have been announced. Madhya Pradesh wins Most Film-Friendly State Award. Testimony of Fana bags an award for Best Non-Feature Film. Surarai Potru has won the Best Feature Film Award in the 68th National Awards. Surya and Ajay Devgan joined winners of Best Actor Award, while Aparna Balamurlai wins the Best Actress. Meanwhile, roof collapse kills family of 4 in Punjab's Patiala. Heavy rains triggered the collapse when the family members were asleep. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde convened a meeting at Mantralaya on the flood situation in various parts of Maharashtra. District Collector, Zilla Parishad Chief Executive Officers and Police Superintendent were all in attendance. Rains have triggered a flood-like situation in Madhya Pradesh. Several parts of the state, remember, face waterlogging. Water level of Narmada River has also risen in Madhya Pradesh's Dindori district. Rain has brought respite to the residents of Delhi NCR. The IMD has predicted the continuation of light to moderate rainfall in the region. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. He's experiencing mild symptoms and will continue working. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wished US President Joe Biden speedy recovery from COVID. Russian shelling has destroyed school in Kramatorsk. In the mission, 3 bodies were recovered from the rubble. And irate Donald Trump demands to be taken to the capital after the supporters had laid siege on the 6th of January. US Secret Service, allegedly deleted the 5th and 6th January text messages that triggered violence at the Capitol Hill. Inspector General cited device replacement program as the reason for deletion. Department of Homeland Security's internal watchdog opened a criminal investigation into the destruction of the Secret Service phone text messages related to the Jan 6 event. All right, let's start with some breaking news coming in. The MHA has handed over the probe of Fulwari Sharif case to the NI, and an order has also been issued. Now remember, this is with regards to what was first unearthed by the Bihar police, wherein a few arrests were made. A direct PFI link also came to light, and now the NI will be probing this entire case. Now the NI has stepped in the past in several such cases, but the fact that there was a terror module that was operating all throughout in Bihar, wherein recruits were coming in from several parts of the country, the NI is now all set to take over the case. We have Aditya joining us with more details. Aditya, what more can you tell us? When is NI likely to begin investigations in the case?
Well, exactly. As far as the case of central agencies is concerned, they were actually part and parcel of the entire investigation as it unfolded. We had a word with ADG headquarters back in that time when the first FIR was lodged in sequence of this first case, and we were told that this is the first prime point from which the investigation is going to flow in all the directions. And also he confirmed that all the agencies were actually coordinating in data gathering and processing for this particular case. So this is something that the NIA has been watching this particular case for quite some time.
Yes.
So of course some more quick breakthrough are likely underway.
Yes, let's see what comes of the NI investigation. Aditya, many thanks for joining us with those details. Viewers, this evening on Nation Wants to Know, let's quickly shift our focus to the big debate. As India counts down to 75 years of independence, the Prime Minister urges all Indians to wear their patriotism on their sleeves. Adding fillip to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, the Prime Minister has urged people to hoist the tricolour and display it at every home. However, this pitch for patriotism hasn't gone down too well with the opposition. In multi-pronged attacks, they have accused the BJP of arrogance, hypocrisy and even crony capitalism. The BJP has hit out saying the opposition has every right to oppose the Sarkar, but do not insult the Tiranga. Watch how the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is slowly being poisoned with politics.
Be the imported flags. Now they are allowed imported non-khadi flags, even polyester flags from China. This must be imported by some crony capitalists, which is why I think they are peddling.
पहली बात यह है कि पॉलिटिक्स में पहली दफा मैं देख रहा हूं कि तिरंगे के ऊपर राजनीति हो रही है और तिरंगे के ऊपर राजनीति वो कर रहे हैं जिन्होंने तिरंगा को कभी अपनाया ही नहीं। बिल्कुल ड्रामाबाजी है ये, क्या नाम है, नेशनलिज्म इससे नहीं चलेगा।
आरएसएस हेडक्वार्टर कब तिरंगा झंडा अपना ऑफिस में लहराया, कब लहराया? मेरा क्वेश्चन है बीजेपी लीडरशिप को, पहले आरएसएस का घर घर में जाके तिरंगा लहराइए, बाकी आरएसएस छोड़ के सारे हिंदुस्तानी का घर में तिरंगा लहरा हुआ है from day one.
No, I think putting up a flag, we all do it, and this is not his doing. I mean, I stand corrected. I think Mr. Jindal fought the case, who is in the Congress party, to give fair justice that whoever wants to put a flag can do it. So I think this was actually not started by the present government. It was started by Mr. Jindal, who is in the Congress party.
Meanwhile, the BJP has lashed out at the opposition for its reluctance to hail the Tiranga.
The Congress party do not have any agenda at hand. That is why they are raising all irrelevant issues which are actually detrimental to the national interest. They will always be dismissive of any attempts or any steps to galvanize patriotism, nationalism in the country.
इसी से आप आइडिया ला लो, देशभक्त कौन है? जिसको तिरंगे से प्यार है या तिरंगा लहराने से इतराज है, तो वो पूरी दुनिया के हीरो हैं, ये कुछ भी बोलते रहे।
हमने ये संकल्प लिया है, पार्टी ने, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो ये आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव का जो अमृत हम कह सकते हैं काल का जो नींव डाला है, पूरे घर घर में 20 करोड़ घरों में हम संदेश लेके जाएंगे देश महान बनाने का, और घर घर में यह शान तिरंगा का बढ़ेगा, तभी ये देश महान होगा। तो हम सभी तिरंगा के शान को बढ़ाएं, घर घर में होगा तिरंगा का शान तो देश होगा महान।
Amid the fierce politics over patriotism, Young India sends an unambiguous message. Watch this message by a group of girls, young girls, as they wear their patriotism on their sleeves.
At a time when opposition is trying to politicize Har Ghar Tiranga, you can see these young girls from Jammu region, they are trying to set an example. They are trying to set an example of patriotism. They have taken out a Tiranga rally. On these bikes, they'll be going to Kashmir Valley. At Lal Chowk, they'll be raising Tiranga. And from there, they'll be moving towards Kargil Heights. Same Kargil Heights where our bravehearts sacrificed their lives. They were able to take out all those Pakistani soldiers who were entrenched inside those bunkers. So they will be going, saluting those bravehearts.
When the matter is about our country, it is about our flag, the energy, the vibe, the valor, the sacrifice which our soldiers have made during 19 and 1999, during Kargil war. It is unmatchable when we Indians, every citizen of our country, every young citizen, my sisters, my brother, hold equal value, equal emotions about this.
All right, let's dive straight into the Har Ghar Tiranga debate. We have Narayan Tirupati, BJP spokesperson, with us. We also have Rishi Bagri, political analyst, joining us on this broadcast. Also, Subhransh Rai, political analyst, is with us here, and Champak Kalita, General Secretary of AIUDF. Appreciate you gentlemen taking out your time and speaking to us here on Times Now. My first question is to you, Mr. Narayan Tirupati. Now, I have a personal question to begin with before we delve into what the opposition has been saying. You know, why just from the 13 to the 15? Why just, let's say, the 20 crore households that we're talking about? Why not each and every person? Why just these 2 days? This should be integral to our thought process.
Oh, see, first of all, we have to understand that we are celebrating the 75th year of independence. So, to celebrate them, we have said this. Nobody stops you from having a flag. See, in fact, in the year only 2002, during our BJP's rule, when Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, there was amendment to the rules so that even any house you can have flag. The rule is always there. So it is just a mark of respect, mark of celebrating the Independence Day, Amrit Mahotsav. So I don't see the opposition is trying to find fault with everything, and I am really surprised and shocked that they are finding fault with this also about the national flag. They should understand it is because of BJP's rule in 2002. In each and every house, anyone can have these flags anytime. That is what the BJP has done. So they should understand this.
Okay, let me go across to Mr. Subransh Rai, who's representing the Congress here. What would you say to Mr. Tirupati? He says, why is the opposition unnecessarily trying to, politicize this? This is just about an idea wherein one is trying to instill the very thought of patriotism in each and every individual. It's a way that we're celebrating this grand day.
Madam, two big things are here. Number one, entire nation, no one wants to take the certificate of patriotism for Bharatiya Janata Party. Number one. Number two, why they are using only 2 days? Because the agenda of Bharatiya Janata Party is different. They are everything, whatever the patriotism into the BJP, that is for the very short period of time. Number one. Number two, one big thing. आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव हर घर तिरंगा स्वागत योग्य है for everybody, but big concern because the parental institution of Bharatiya Janata Party, RSS, why this RSS has not opted Tiranga for the 52 years for the flagging into their headquarter? Problem इनके DNA में है, और अगर आरएसएस का डीएनए कंफ्यूजिंग है तो बीजेपी के राष्ट्रभक्ति पे सवाल है. नंबर वन. नंबर टू, वन मोर अनदर बिग क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज आई बिलीव व्हाई बीजेपी प्लेइंग दिस ड्रामा एज ऑन डेट, बिकॉज ये जो करप्शन की गंगा है ना भारतीय जनता पार्टी, अभी इसके अंदर बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे और पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे में क्या हो रहा है?
सर ऐसे दिन पे तो करप्शन की बात ना कीजिए. ये तो इंडिपेंडेंस 75th इंडिपेंडेंस डे सेलिब्रेट करने का एक तरीका है जो पूरे देश में अपनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है.
बिल्कुल मैम सुनिए ना, होना चाहिए. सुनिए तो सर, इंडिपेंडेंस मनाने का तरीका इन्हें बताने की जरूरत नहीं है. देश का बच्चा अपने स्कूल में तिरंगा फहराता है, अपने घर पे लगाता है, अपनी गाड़ी में लगाता है. उसके लिए बीजेपी का सर्टिफिकेट नहीं चाहिए, और वो खादी का तिरंगा अपनाता है. ये तो फिर भी अपने किसी व्यापारी मित्र के साथ मिलकर वही प्लास्टिक वाले तिरंगा लाने के प्लान में लगे हुए.
बीजेपी कोई सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दे रहा है सर.
इनका जो पेरेंटल इंस्टीट्यूशन है,
कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं है. अगर आप तिरंगा लहराएंगे अपने घर पे बहुत अच्छी बात है, नहीं लहराएंगे तो कोई पनिशमेंट नहीं मिलेगी. लेट मी क्विकली गो अक्रॉस टू मिस्टर चंपक कलीता साहब. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर कोई जोर जबरदस्ती करे, एक सेकंड, लेट मी टेक इन अनदर पर्सपेक्टिव.
तिरंगे को सम्मान
वन सेकंड सर. अगर कोई मिस्टर सुब्रांश राय, यू हैड योर से, लेट मी ब्रिंग इन अदर्स एज वेल. वी डोंट हैव एज मच टाइम. लेट मी ब्रिंग इन मिस्टर कलीता. नाउ मिस्टर कलीता, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर जबरदस्ती किसी को बोला जाए कि तिरंगा लहराइए अपने घर पे तो समझ आता है, यहाँ कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है. तब तक भी समझ आता है कि चलो क्यों ज्ञान दिया जा रहा है पेट्रियोटिज्म पे, सब अपने तरीके से इंडिपेंडेंस डे मनाना चाहते हैं. बट ये आरएसएस की रट लगाए क्यों बैठे हुए हैं? एआईयूडीएफ के बहुत सारे नेता बोल रहे हैं आरएसएस को अपने ऑफिस पे पहले तिरंगा लहराना चाहिए. कोई बोल रहा है कांग्रेस से कि ये क्रोनी कैपिटलिज्म से तिरंगे खरीदे जा रहे हैं, तो ये वो वाला मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं. why are we beating around the bush? ये सारे मुद्दे उठाने का क्या मतलब है सर?
भारत का हर घर में, मैं गारंटी से कह सकता हूं, हमेशा हर घर में तिरंगा है. चाहे वो किताब में हो, चाहे गाड़ी में हो, चाहे घर का अलमारी में रखा हो, हर घर में तिरंगा है. तिरंगा के लिए कोई इवेंट नहीं चाहिए.
अभी हमें चाहिए मेहुल चोकसी, ललित मोदी, नीरव मोदी, विजय माल्या, ये कब तक आएंगे? तिरंगा तो है, रहेगा और आगे भी रहेगा, लेकिन ये कब तक होगा? डॉलर का रेट 80 से ऊपर चला गया है, ये कब नीचे आएगा? काला धन कब नीचे आएगा? पेट्रोल का दाम मनमोहन सिंह से नीचे कब आएगा? आप लोग डाइवर्स पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते हैं ये बीजेपी और आरएसएस के बारे में इसीलिए बार-बार कहा जाएगा।
अगर आप ये बोल रहे हैं कि ये डाइवर्जन टैक्टिक है बीजेपी का, तो उसका इंडिपेंडेंस डे से क्या लेना देना है सर?
ये इवेंट मैनेजमेंट है।
हर घर तिरंगा एक प्रोग्राम है, गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव है, एक अपील है आम आदमी को, जिसका मन करे अपने घर पे तिरंगा लहराए। प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं कि ये अच्छी बात है, अगर आप लहराएंगे तो अच्छी बात है, कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है सर।
बोलने दीजिए, एंकर को ऐसा नहीं लगना चाहिए कि आप बीजेपी का प्रवक्ता है।
मैं तो बीजेपी की, मेरा पहला सवाल बीजेपी से था कलीटा साहब कि ये 2 दिन ही क्यों हम सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं? नो नो, यू कांट, नो, you are now diverting the entire topic. Let's not move away from the main mudda, sir. No, let me go across to Mr. Rishi Bagri. Mr. Rishi Bagri, now the point is that this is an initiative by the government to inculcate a sense of patriotism. Now many would say that why is it that the BJP is trying to, you know, give away a certificate of patriotism? That's what the Congress has been saying all this while. What would you say? What do you make of this initiative by the Cultural Ministry and how the opposition is reading into it?
No, I just Congress party doesn't have any agenda nor it has any issue in the hand. It is actually just beating all the bushes. आप एक चीज बताइए, नीरव माल्या या मेहुल चोकसी या विजय माल्या किसने लोन दिया था? And 80% loan has been recovered by ED has given the statement. I don't understand why they are keep bringing those people where the loan has been completely recovered and they have been proclaimed offenders. They extradition चल रहा है, उनके ऊपर सब कुछ चल रहा है. So that is thing. And they say RSS ने 2002 के बाद 52 years के बाद RSS ने झंडा लहराया. You do understand there was a flag code and you're not supposed to hoist flag in the private building apart from the government building. In 2002 that flag code was, you know, that has been amended and afterwards anyone could have hoist Tiranga, our national flag, in their own particular buildings. And why 20 crore household? Because that is the number of household we India have, 20-25 crore ka household, and that is the reason why 20 crore household has been said. I don't understand why they're coming with this thing. Adani, Ambani, their own government, Rajasthan government has given 6,000 hectares of land to Adani to set up a solar plant. And your own...
So the allegation is, and Mr. Tirupati can come in, I'm running out of time. I want to take quick 2 comments. Mr. Tirupati, the allegation is BJP, you know, certification authority for who's a patriot and who's not?
Not at all. Now they themselves have exposed. We never said that we are giving certificates. Now, when we say that you hoist national flag in your house, they say that we will not hoist, and they are talking about the corruption, which what they did during their rule. And rightly pointed out, it was in 2002, we only amended the rule in Vajpayee's government. So, patriotic persons will know that it was the BJP which had allowed, which had amended the rule to hoist the flag, to have the flag in each and every house anytime. We have to understand this. People from Congress, they don't know anything except about corruption, looting, etc., etc. That's it.
All right, Mr. Rai, Mr. Subransh Rai, would you want to respond to that? You know, it is the very existence of Bharat that this Tiranga represents. Why is the opposition politicizing this as well? This is the last thing we must politicize.
मैडम भारत ना अपने आज़ादी महोत्सव को पिछले 75 सालों से मना रहा है और एक भारतीय को इस पे नाज है।
और अगर आज किसी को अपनी झंडे लहराए जाते हैं सर,
सिद्ध करनी है,
इसीलिए तो बड़ा सवाल उठ रहा है।
स्वयं सेवक संघ, 1 मिनट मैडम सुनिए ना प्लीज, वो अरे सुनिए ना प्लीज, मैं बोल लूं, पूरा कंप्लीट कर लूं। अगर आज किसी को अपनी राष्ट्रभक्ति और भारतीयता दिखाना है, वो है राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पेरेंटल इंस्टीट्यूशन, और आरएसएस और बीजेपी दोनों एक ही हैं। तो अगर सवाल आरएसएस से है तो सवाल बीजेपी से भी होगा। ये इनकी एक्टिंग ड्रामाबाजी अब नहीं चलेगी। देश जाग चुका है। देश का सवाल है महंगाई के ऊपर, देश का सवाल है बेरोजगारी के ऊपर,
और वो सारे सवाल मिस्टर राय उठाए जाने चाहिए और वो उठ भी रहे हैं। And there is a way to debate those issues. The parliament is meant for that. Unfortunately, we've not been able to see any meaningful discussion in the ongoing monsoon session so far. But let's not digress. I'm going to have to leave it at that. The fact remains that it is for each and every individual to decide how is it that they want to display their patriotism, and it can't be forced upon, but unnecessary politics must be avoided at any cost. I appreciate you gentlemen joining us. Mr. Narayan Tirupati, thank you also Rishi Bagri and Shubhransh Rai along with Champak Kalita. Appreciate you taking out your time and speaking to us. Thank you.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
Good evening. The show is called News Pulse. Let's quickly take you through the latest we're tracking from Karnataka. Well, former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has made a crucial announcement. He will be vacating his Shikaripura seat to make his way for his son to contest from the seat in the 2023 assembly elections. Now, addressing a public gathering in his constituency, Yediyurappa urged the people to support his son Vijendra from the seat and ensure that he wins with a huge margin. A big announcement coming in. The announcement is learned to have been made without any consultation with the party, and this comes at a time when there are speculations of him being miffed with the party high command. Now the question is, should the move be seen as Yediyurappa ending his political innings or sending a message perhaps to the party high command ahead of assembly polls in the state?
ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪಕ್ಷನ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಧರಿಸಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸರ್, ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಾರ ತಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಏನಾರ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಾ?
ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ, ನನಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಹಳೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಒಲವು ಇದೆ,
ಭಾಳ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ವಿಜಯೇಂದ್ರ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ.
So yes, a big announcement that certainly has sparked a controversy. Now, as far as his son is concerned, when asked about his father's announcement, Karnataka BJP Vice President Vijendra was evasive, though he did say that his father will continue to work to strengthen the party.
ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪಕ್ಷನ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಧರಿಸಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸರ್, ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಾರ ತಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಏನಾರ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಾ?
ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಅವತ್ತಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು, ಪೂಜಾ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಲಹೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಕ್ಷ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಅದರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಅವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ
ಹೇಳಿದೆ.
ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ಸಂಬಂಧನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವ್ರ ಡಿಕ್ಷನರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಮುಂದೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಬಹುಮತದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಸವಾಲನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Meanwhile, moving on to another important update from the state, Karnataka's former Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Minister K.S. Yediyurappa, who had to step down from the cabinet following the suicide of a contractor who had accused him of corruption, has been given a clean chit by the police. Now, claiming to have found no evidence for the abetment of suicide by Mr. Yediyurappa in the death of Belgavi-based contractor Santosh Patil, the Udupi police filed a B report in the case. Meanwhile, Times Now also talked to the family who's hit back at this clean chit given to the minister.
ತನಕ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಹಾಕಲು ಬಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಫಿರ್ಯಾದಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಅದಾವ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದಾವ್ರು ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ ತೆಗಿದಾರು, ಯಾರ್ದೈತಿ ಸರ್. ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರಿಗೆ RDPR ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಂದು, ಅವ್ರ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಟಿದು ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ, ಅವನು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಕಾಲು, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕಾಲು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದಾವೆ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಇವ್ರು ತನಿಖಾ ಹಂತನ ಹಾದಿ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೇನು ಹೇಳೋದೈತಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಅದು ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ 2 ಅಥವಾ 3 ದಿವಸ 20 ಅಥವಾ 22, 23 ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಉಡುಪಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾವೆ ಸರ್. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತನಿಖಾ ಹಂತದ ಏನೈತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ್ರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಕೋಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾವೆ ಸರ್. ಇದನ್ನು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು.
ನನ್ನ ಸಾವಿಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಯಾರು ಅವ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡ ಸತ್ತದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಈಗ ಸಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಡೆತ್ ನೋಟ್ ಬರೆದಿಟ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟರು ಸತ್ತರೆ ಅದನ್ನಾದರೂ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು? ನೀವಾದರೂ ಕೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್.
And well, after the clean chit by the cops, charges of cover-up, Times Now has confronted KS Yediyurappa. The ex-minister has denied the charges made by the family of Santosh.
क्लीन चिट के बारे में, उसके बारे में भी पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है कांग्रेस वाला, ये बोलने के लिए मुझे ही बहुत मुजगर हो रहा है. वो फैमिली हो गया, क्योंकि मैं ये ऐसा आपादन आता है ऐसा सोचकर, वो मिनिस्टर है, मिनिस्टर को प्रभाव भी करता है, इसलिए वो मैं कोई भी नहीं पूछा मेरा रेसिग्नेशन, मैं ही रेसिग्नेशन दे दिया, क्योंकि मेरा इन्फ्लुएंस मत करना, ऐसा मैं इन्फ्लुएंस भी नहीं किया, इसीलिए रेसिग्नेशन किया. इंक्वायरी हो गया है, इनको क्लीन चिट मेरा घर का देवी के ऊपर मुझे मालूम विश्वास था, वो मैं आरोपी से बाहर मैं डेफिनेटली आऊंगा, ऐसा आ गया है.
Meanwhile, a political face-off has also erupted over the same, with the Congress asking how can the police ignore Yediyurappa's name being mentioned in the death note written by Santosh.
All these are all again government agencies working. We all know that this was a foregone conclusion. That person has given a death note saying I was being harassed, I had to pay 40% commission, and I'm killing myself. What more? That fellow has not even been called for investigation. Why has Yediyurappa not even been interrogated? Why has he not been examined? Why has police not summoned him?
Ganapati's case during Congress regime, that time the investigative agency, the same investigative team, that time they had given the B report in favor of Mr. KJ George. If that case, the Congress regime that time as manipulated, we should ask that. It is the same agencies, it is the same police, it is the same investigative team that we have. The Congress has a mental block and they would like to comment and they would like to ridicule on every good move or any fact that is being done in the BJP's regime.
And in more national news, we're tracking Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel launched the logo of 36 national games in Gandhinagar. After a gap of 7 years, the national games will be held in Gujarat in September. PM Modi held a meeting with top cabinet ministers to discuss the government's strategy. In Parliament, Union Ministers Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Prahlad Joshi, Anurag Thakur, Kiran Rijiju and Piyush Goyal were in attendance. 8 people were arrested for offering namaz at a weekly market in Uttarakhand's Haridwar under Section 151 of the CPC. The accused were later granted bail by the SDM court. ED officials today raided and quizzed TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee in connection with its probe into the School Service Commission recruitment scam case. ED launched an investigation into alleged money laundering in the recruitment of teachers and non-teaching staff for state-aided schools. Moving on, in a big revelation, Bengaluru police has stated that investigation so far has established that the cars that were burned during the Satyagraha protest yesterday were brought by protesters themselves. Now, the cops say that the car was brought solely for the purpose of staging demonstration, thereby suggesting that the arson incidents were pre-planned. The Congress certainly now once again in a place of in a spot wherein it has to question. This means that the Congress claim that the protests and the car burning incident were a result of genuine people's anger that fell flat. But listen into the reactions coming in.
Yesterday there were 2 incidents, one in Sheshadripuram police station limits where an old Mati's car was burnt, and also another incident took place in Wilson Garden limits near Shantinagar bus stop. There also one old car was burnt. As of now, prima facie, we have realized that it is their own cars which they have bought for this purpose only, but we need to do further investigation and ascertain the facts of the case. Definitely we'll come up with the facts and we will tell you the details.
So this was a car that was bought by Congress leaders to set it on fire, which means that the entire episode of violence that we picked up from Bengaluru was pre-planned. The Congress yesterday said that it was anger emanating from questioning of Sonia Gandhi that resulted in Congress workers taking to streets and displaying their protest in this manner. But that narrative has fallen flat. Let's listen into what Karnataka Youth Congress President said yesterday.
See, the common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry. They're coming out and burning things. What can we do?
Resorting to violent protests is probably not the way forward, is it?
No, it is not the way forward. I urge all our Youth Congress workers not to do this. But I stand with them. No matter what they do, I stand with my workers and I take full responsibility for it.
In more news, Jharkhand is all set to launch its tourism policy in the national capital on Saturday with a vision to revive and revamp the state's tourism sector. The new policy focuses on promotion of religious, eco-adventure, wellness, rural and mining tourism. Madras High Court ordered that a 3-doctor panel of Puducherry's GMPR to assess the autopsy reports. Court also asked the girl's parents to receive her body before 11 a.m. tomorrow and conduct her last rites. BJP Member of Parliament Ravi Kishan introduced a private bill on population control in Lok Sabha today. He termed it as a bill for development and said that the day it is passed, the nation will fly towards being a Vishwaguru. Yogi government has accorded Y-category security to SBSP President Om Prakash. Rajbhar's party, remember, broke ranks with the SP and voted for Draupadi Murmu. With that, it's time for us to slip it over. Very short break here. News and updates continue. Don't go anywhere.